here. So I'm checking YouTube. Yeah, YouTube needs to update its. It registers that I am broadcasting, but it doesn't show it, in the control area. No, it does. I have to stop and restart the stream when that happens. All right, so we have that. I'm initiating the rest of the broadcast network, so please hold on for that. I will redo the intro card. We'll be right back in a few moments. Okay. I guess I should start changing the forgive me, folks. I was getting. I have. I'm the sole caretaker of these kids right now. On the weekend, so I'm making sure everyone was squared away. Two with chores, and the other one too young, obviously, to join in watching some TV program. Okay, and I'm still getting my network messages together. I was wondering if I should start changing the Periscope thing to the Habs, which is probably what I'm going to start doing, since Periscope has abandoned us. So, trying to see if there's an easy way on Habs to find, after I started broadcasting, to find the links. So I'm just gonna have to open another instance to access my account through the browser, and let me Habs invite. Copy invite link. That's probably what I would do, and not just directly to the show. I guess that'll be the best thing. And this is a tweet that will go out once I start broadcasting through the Restream. So we'll update that. And I'm going to update also on my permanent file here, which I copy and paste from. And that's going to be happening for quite a few shows as we go along. Okay, we see they're not paying it. Listen, I told you what did I tell you? No, I told you no talking here. Number one, that's why I came out there. You have. Get back to what you're supposed to do. Alrighty, sorry about that. The kids we have therapeutic kids here. I do fostering, and I've also adopted. So between the batch, they need reminding, like all kids, right? But more particularly so. Alrighty, we're trying our best. We're doing our best, folks. You know, the society. I don't know what people are thinking out there. We're trying to help these kids and do the right thing by them. Okay. So let's keep going on. All right. So I've updated that on this file, which is my swipe file, I guess you would call it. And that way, every time we do a broadcast, I just copy and paste for the social alerts. If you know Restream, you put in what type of message you want to go out once the channel begins to broadcast, and that gives out a tweet. It would be nice if it can, well, obviously most of the broadcasters don't broadcast more than 4 hours. I do. It would be nice if it could repeat it every 4 hours, but this is something I can build into my to the game software, by the way. The user interface where it can provide different different tweets automatically. We don't want any leaks, do we? Or do we? So we got that going. If you're not hearing good sound on HAPS, it's because of the configuration I have. When we get into some of the archived video resources that I do use during the broadcast, you will hear things louder. Don't worry about that. Just listen in, put up your volume a little bit. But be warned that when I go into a like the launch, which will happen soon, it's going to be louder. Okay, very louder. So yeah, just be aware of that. We will be launching in a couple of minutes here. We're all preparing. This is pre-launch, but it's actually pre-broadcast, or at least half of the system is broadcasting. The other half is being set up now for broadcast. So the tweets are set, and now we're going into the setting up titles. We're gonna broadcast on Steam today as well. So we've activated Steam here. What do we have here? Twitch, D Live. We are on Facebook. Daily Motion. We are not live streaming there, but we do have an account there, but we're not using Daily Motion. And so might as well turn that off. There's no point in that. Really, we have our Periscope is still alive for now, and that's it. So we're going to update the titles. And we're going to say SPACEPERIUM game development and launch and update. Okay, and and then in the description we're going to put our SPACEPERIUM stuff here. There is a sign up here thingy, so I'm gonna do the get the meetup actually. Orlando SPACEPERIUM. Copy that, and then we're going to put that link here. Alrighty, SPACEPERIUM members, and then we're going to copy this whole thing. And that should be it right there, copy. Oh, there's another thing I wanted to add. Also, we have our store. So we want to put our store there for put our store there. Let me get this here, get this link going. And get our store link here. SPACEPERIUM here. Alrighty. We're going to copy that link. Let's see here. So we buy limited edition game assets, and so they'll be able to do that there. And that should be it for now. I think that's SPACEPERIUM. Follow you, subscribe. To our YouTube channel, and this is the only time really I have to update these things, so that's why I'm taking the time to do that. And go to YouTube and do a search for SPACEPERIUM. And it has the play box here. Sorry. I'm going to look for the channel link. One moment. Let me move this over here so I can see. Where's the channel? I'm signing this one thing, and yet that's another. Where's this channel thing? Okay, this is the subscribe button. Inspect. So I'm trying to get the this channel. Okay, copy link. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, and that'll be there. But there is a certain link I'm going to look at now that just goes right into the subscription thing. So, link for channel subscription, YouTube. And that auto subscribes, yes. And then they're showing a video, but we just want the link. Just show us the link. So it's the sub-confirmation. Sub-confirmation after a question mark. We're going to copy that, use after the user thing. So we got that. And so just put that there, paste. Very good. All right. And very good. So we have that. Now we've set up a link. It's your channel link, the channel that goes to the channel. Then at the end of it, question mark, Let me see it again. It's question mark sub SUB underline underscore then confirmation equals 1. That's it. Equals the number 1, and that's that. And that should link them directly to auto subscribe. All right, so we got that going. You got to do all you can here. We need all the help we can get. Oh, Lord have mercy. Lordy, lordy. Okay, so copy that. And that's that. So we have our recruitment meetup here. And we've now updated all of the stream outlets, and so we are officially ready to go. Let's save this file. And now restream, everything checked, so we're ready to go stream. Hello and welcome to our broadcast today, everyone. Now that we're all together, one happy family. Today was our SPACEPERIUM game day. We are preparing for launch. It's the first thing we do traditionally. So we do launch our ship and get ready to do things in orbit at least and start there for our programming. What we're doing is making our announcements. We're going to do some short videos giving information. I'm doing the videos, mini recordings as we go along. So what you're seeing is the major broadcast that lasts for hours, but actually there's snippets of work and content creation that I'm doing throughout the broadcast. So if you're really interested in this game and getting a lot of info from it, and you're going to be at your computer or your TV for the rest of the day or have it on, you might as well just leave it, park it here. We have the links to our YouTube channel, Play Paybox Gaming, Game Development and Software, something like that. I forget what the name of that channel is, but in any case, it starts with Play Paybox, and it has videos on it. There's another Play Paybox, but it doesn't have any videos on it. Look for Play Paybox Gaming, you'll see it, and we're live right now. You do a search on YouTube and look for Play Paybox, you'll see that we're live. So that's the channel you want to subscribe to. And like I said, during this broadcast, we are We are going to be making smaller recordings that I do on my end here. I'm not going to stop the stream to make a recording. I'm just going to get on the screen like this and hit the recording button, or maybe do the intro again, whatever. And I will be making content. The good thing about listening in on my development of content, and also when I'm working on the game mechanics and other resources for the game, is that you really get a greater insight into what we're doing and what we're developing. The game incorporates cryptocurrency, NFTs in a big way, non-fungible tokens. These are things that we'll be discussing. We're talking about game mechanics. We're talking about the LARP phase. Also, we're talking about developing our devices for the LARP games and independent game as well. There's an independent SPACEPERIUM game that anybody and everyone will be able to play or participate in using their device, a laptop, a tablet, or a cell phone. So that is also under development. We have the all the other parts of this game that is being developed. We are recruiting. This is a living game. It's a real live game. So there's people who are actually going to have a prestigious and rewarding opportunity to play this game. A very few in each area, only 100. So you guys cannot sit around. Let's look at what this is. You should be in this, because there's a limit, and you're going to be kicking your butt. I saw this when it was starting. They were recruiting. I was just looking, curious, and whatever, thinking this or thinking that, and I should have gotten in. You should have. Exactly right. So don't sit around. There's only 100 positions, 100 crew members in the ship. That's that. So you guys, as we've covered in many videos, you are going to be the ones who will be immortalized within the video game that's in development for later on. So you should get in while the getting in is good. Okay. So again, we have the Orlando ship, Orlando, Florida. This is geo-based. So Orlando, Florida ship is recruiting crew members. Also, if you are on YouTube and Twitch also, we're Playbox on Twitch, and some of the other broadcast platforms, Facebook. You should be able to see a link to the Orlando meetup. That is the recruitment portal that we're using for the Orlando Citadel ship. So you can use that if you're in Orlando to join that ship. You have to join through that portal. If you're interested and you in the game, but you're not in Orlando, try to communicate with me through that meetup portal as well. Just do a search for Orlando SPACEPERIUM and see if you can message me, or even join that group. It doesn't make you a crew member. It's just that you're interested in knowing more information, and then message me in that group and tell me where you're at, and that you would like to be a crew member of your local Citadel ship. All right, I will tell you what you need to do to make that happen in your city. Alrighty, and that's it. That's really as basic can be. But sitting around doing nothing, I will hold your seat. I mean, it's better to do that than to be waiting and waiting. So if you're really interested in being part of this elite group of people who, in history, it's going to be historical here, you need to really take action and communicate with us as immediately as possible, because these spaces are very, very limited. It's just 100. Once everybody starts raving about this game, and really, you guys are going to wish that you had taken action when you could have. All right, so we are preparing ourselves for takeoff. There's a few things we have to do before then, so let's just get ourselves ready here for that. So just give me a few moments as we do that, and we'll be transporting ourselves, or we will be changing the view from my main camera to the bridge view, so you can see what I see at the bridge. So please hold on as we prepare for liftoff. Okay, we'll be preparing for liftoff at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10 minutes. Preparing our communication channel, otherwise known as the chats. If you chatted already, please do so in about a minute's time. All chat rooms will be active in about a minute or two. Repeat your chat or questions in a minute or two from now. Due to the complexity of the setup, might as well incorporate all this setting up type of things as part of the launch sequence. It makes sense and it works, so. 8 minutes and counting from launch. Prepare for launch, all stations. Turning to yellow alert. All stations, stand by. Yellow alert. Readying for launch. Seven minutes from launch. 7 minutes counting. Six minutes away from launch. 6 minutes counting. When we begin the launch, the cameras will go down. This little monitor here will shut down. Well, it will go into a default window, which is the neural network pattern, and then the launch sequence will continue from there. We've already explained that when we launch, the technology where SPACEPERIUM is occurring is new technology, especially certain parts of it is very, very new, and which means that it is not perfected. So we have there are no windows in space. What you're looking at is a computer-generated display. The issue with that, of course, at this time period that the game is happening in, is that it's not. It tries to be a second-by-second portrayal of what's happening outside, but it can't, especially during complex sequences like the launch. It's happening quickly. A lot of things are going on. The artificial intelligence has to stay focused, 4 minutes and counting, has to stay focused on the procedure of launching. There's a lot of things it has to be careful with, like hitting planes, commercial aircraft in the air. And as you heard the other day, one of our ships were seen, got very close to one of the airplanes that were flying in the air over the United States, and the pilot did see some portion of the ship. Of course, you guys think they're UFOs. It's really SPACEPERIUM ships. But anyway, that's another part of the storyline that we delve into as we go along. Getting ready for the 3-minute point. 3 minutes. And we have 3 minutes away from takeoff. 3 minutes, please. 3 minutes, going to red alert. The reason we go to red alert is it triggers certain alert statuses around the ship as well. When the ship is in its dock, it is connected to its the surrounding base. So the whole base now is under red alert because somebody's gonna make a big sound in a couple of seconds. So that's what's happening. Going to 2 minutes at my mark. There's usually an alarm that sounds. 2 minutes mark. An alarm that sounds during the gameplay when there is a red alert due to other dangers. But at this point, there is no alarm when we're in the launch sequence because there's no danger to us, but there's danger to everyone else outside. The alarms are ringing outside on the base, so that everyone's getting ready because one of the ships are taking off, and it's the main exec ship. So we got a minute and a half left for our launch. Get ready for disconnection. The red alert will continue until we get into orbit and stabilize. 1 minute mark coming. One minute. The countdown has begun to launch, and we will have the 10-second countdown by the computer in a few moments.
Liftoff will start in T-minus 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition.
we've attained orbit. We've turned to yellow alert. You see the frequent updates of the display screen, and you can see how quickly the ship is moving. This ship is burning, okay, in Earth terms. So, but the display cannot show all of that speed and update itself that quickly. So it has to phase out and just update the picture, if you will. So that's why you see actually throughout the launch you saw this adjustment. It's just too many things that the AI has to worry about what we're seeing up on the screen. And remember, we're not using it to fly the ship. The ship is completely flown by the AI, principally with monitoring from the crew. So the crew just simply just looks at the monitors, takes care of any controls or things that each department, each crew member has to worry about, and switch whatever has to be switched on and off, and make adjustments here and there to assist the artificial intelligence. But the artificial intelligence is the actual pilot of the ship, and so we don't want it's not a matter what's on the display. We're always following the monitors. We're looking at numbers, and these are trained crew members who fly by instruments, to put it in a way that I guess you guys would understand. They understand pilots, airplane pilots. They need to learn to fly by instruments. When they can't see, when you got a foggy day or cloudy, stormy weather, you can't see, but you need to learn to fly the plane by the instruments. Okay, so this is same thing. We fly by our indicators and the sensors. We don't fly by sight here. And as the technology increases, obviously, we'll have better ability to show, second by second updates. to green status. We're testing certain systems on the user interface. In case you hear sounds or alerts or anything like that, please be advised we are testing system interface. Everything is green and stable. Still positioning and preparing for our next phase.
Inhold 090. Give it to 1,500. Currently I'm on password to 3,000 feet left turn heading 240. Passing 3,000 left 240 kilometer.
That's fine by me. 109 for Jeju International Airport. Please recheck your boarding pass. And to tell your side of
You want to do one?
your reservation on the box in front of you.
Oh, arrow 2. Let's go get you loud and clear. Ready to copy. Smell history run off. Sorry, 270. Option coordinates for a GPU 38. Elevation 06. Target coordinates 31 uniform. Foxtrot uniform. 26857. Say it again and last numbers.
오빠 그냥 집 근처에 이렇게 다니면서 보고서 먹자고요.
Repeat all after that. Leading back.
이따 도착하면은
Option coordinates U38. Elevation 06. System way back 31 uniform. Foxtrot uniform. 26857. 9R013. Friendly northeast 1 kilometer. Final back heading 130 degrees plus or minus 20. Seconds out.
미국에서 흥룡고 갔다고 하는데
AV up there to break again. Yep. Arrow 2 copies. With you, flight level 220, heading 0 to 0.
Tigers, good evening, Belmont 30 Sherman, got your line of clear on me.
Tiger 1, line of clear, switch 7. Tiger 2, line of clear, switch 7.
Tiger 1 and 2 both line of clear, positive contact, stall service, resign your squawk 1501 sequence.
1501 in sequence, Tiger.
여기 건 또 싼 게 아닐 텐데. 그래도 이제 저만한 게
Yes, drop low. A lot loud. Then right here and I'll come up and pick you up. Descending 10. The Delta 108 from me, sea level, vicinity, Belmont 5 at the roll, traffic from going to 10, 90 knots. Delta 3 and 6, fly level 055.
Confirm we're scheduled for the eastern TNH 25.
Yeah, to say firm, you can use the western Delta as well, LA1 is not flying inside Delta.
We'll be setting up in the north of the TNH. We're not going to use TRA 10 for this moment due to weather.
Thomas copied that you're not going to use it here at 10. 3 nautical miles trail, 1,300. No go.
They're anchored, but we will float to the north this time.
Roger, so Radar will need the TRA 10 for this mission?
That is affirmed.
Thomas copy. 5 minutes prior on vehicle and a 5 for jet please. Thanks very much, cleared all maneuvers on angels, inbound anchor.
Thank you.
Mission brief, we didn't receive any mission brief.
Tiger will go, come on.
Level 1, Master Heart, hello, identified. Proceed on heading 110. 1110. Good one. Cruise got 1. For QNH 1019, the contact. That is Holland. Confirm, Norway still 285. Arrow 2. Arrow at a 050 for 2000 on 1019. Code 1 for both, and Arrow 2 needs 4 new BDUs. That's all, Roger. Ship F-16s, equipped with the ATP. Mission number 2620 and 2614. Weapon load is both a single LGTR, latest code 1631. The target is to receive a 9-line and the events. First, the Fist 1 will drop after a 9-line the LGTR, and the Fist 2 will place the LGTR. The next event is the LGTR drop by the Fist 2, and the laser will be ground-based by the Fist. Ten plus, lowest cloud is scattered on the 1,400 feet, and acceleration there is 1018.
Thank you, copy on, thank you.
You're welcome.
손님 여러분, 이 비행기는 제주 북해 공항까지 가는 제주항공 10급비행입니다. 가지고 계신 탑승권을 다시 한번 확인해 주시기 바랍니다. 아울러 손가락을 비롯한 모든 짐은 앞좌석 위치나 머리의 선반 속에 보관해 주시기
Tigers
바랍니다.
will need blue air in the north.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jeju
Landing
flight
cap north of Bull,
1109
center point of
Jeju
TNA
International
5.
Airport. Please return your boarding pass.
We took 30 nautical miles. Block 529er. Standard loadout with a ROE
074 at 20. Thank you.
104 for us, and the call by you for an outlaw and a sniffle print. Light in the radar block 024, fulcrum and flanker.
Yeah, type 2 control GB12 simulated by LGTR. Bonus on target procedure elevation is 07 feet. Location T1 uniform, Foxtrot uniform, 28349 at 99181. Line 8 to northwest, 950 meters. Final tech heading 090 plus or minus 20.
From flight 150 and up on the postal service.
Epic. And the laser code 1631. Arrow 8 CME ILS final 6 green. Report 4 miles. Vertical and semi.
Box, Tiger.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the opponents will take about 15 to 20 minutes over at the Fleur's range. Tiger 1 and 2 will split up. The Tiger 2 you can proceed to the south, and Tiger 1 will proceed to the north.
I'm passing 4 miles.
Arrow on numbers 1 and 2, clear to land runway 06, the slow lane is left.
Arrow flight clear to land, slow left.
Protective gear is worn and we're clear to set combat laser.
I'm going to take the requested split.
We'll be looking for about 30 to 35 nautical miles for a VID flow, alternating rolls.
That way we've been setting up the interface, Game Master interface with the sound effects. What you're hearing is...
First is descending below the weather on a northwesterly heading.
Is what would be heard during launch. I didn't have it set up for this launch.
090 feeding, 402 sir.
Yeah, so we're doing that now. We're also preparing the Game Master user interface key file, which goes into what each of the selections do. So, or avail a what resources it avails the Game Master.
Out of the ID messages, can we skip to make it PID?
Let's get the 59.6.
Look. Three opening.
Now we're switching to the first option. It could be the home setting, so I'm just going to look at that and see if it does reset to the home setting. Which it doesn't. It goes into a different... I see. So we have... We have the AI resource there, number one. Okay, we'll be going for intermission in a couple of, in a minute or so. We'll be going into intermission. And in about around 2:30, we'll be going out about like 30 or 40 minutes from now. We'll be going out to the holodeck. Now, I'm going to carry my device with me. The only ones probably I'll do another broadcast. I'll probably put that up on this later. I'll have it recorded at the on the holodeck, and we'll play it when I get back in. So it's going for an intermission, and then I'll jump back in, and we will play some recorded material while I go to the holodeck, and I will record my holodeck experience, and we will play it when I get back in around after 4 or so. So that's what we're going to do with that. Let me see here. There's something I had to look into on our user interface. So I'm working on the user interface right now. Let's give it a chance to get things on. The computer's actually at its fullest capacity right now, so everything is a little bit slow. Okay, what you're looking at is the heads-up display and our Game Master user interface. This is a separate piece of software that Game Masters will have, where they will enhance the game as they go along. Again, depending on what how the dice roll is, and other factors, and whatever phase of the game they happen to be in, and whichever type of game they're in. They will have options in this software to enhance the gameplay. So I'm not going to go through everything now, but basically what you heard before in terms of air traffic sound and whatnot, sound effects was one of the selections as they launch, which we didn't have during our launch, so you didn't hear it during the launch. And so that adds the sound effects of communications, of us monitoring the air communications of other air flights and whatnot as we're going along in our launch and through the Earth's atmosphere. So that's one of those things there. The other one is, and then what I'm looking at is basically a way for game masters to be able to use this game in practically any language that Google Translate translates into, simply by inputting text into the Google Translator, and then the translator would make the words. Now, a caution is that a lot of the translations are pretty good, but also there are some blatant errors, and some of it can be insulting, I guess, to those who speak the language. And of course, people need to use a brain. Obviously, it's not going to be a perfect translation. So simply, but just to be forewarned that I have had some encounters in certain languages that some people took offense. I remember once also, this is a funny story. One time they flagged my video. It wasn't SPACEPERIUM, it was another video I did for some other business type of topic. And I had put it, I believe it was French. I used Google Translate to do the whole thing in French. And that's what it was. Don't look at me, I don't know French. I just used the Google Translate. The funny thing was that someone flagged the video. Now, Google is YouTube. Remember that YouTube is owned by Google. So someone flagged the video saying that it had offensive language in it. And so, and then Google, YouTube said, your video has bad language in it, this and that. And I responded, because you can respond to their flagging and make whatever comment. And I said, and I put LOL. That's Google Translate. What the hell do I do? And I found it funny that Google is censoring me for their mistake. I have nothing to do with it. They're the ones doing the translation. Why did you fix that thing? So it was hilarious when that happened. And then obviously they released the video after that, and I guess they had a good laugh there. I can only imagine. But that goes to show you folks, right? So in any case, so that this game can be used in any language, simply because of these resources that we've included in our user interface. Simple as can be, frankly, anyone who sees it say, well, that's as simple as can be, but it's very effective. You got to admit that. So basically, here we have initializing engine startup procedures, right? So basically, that's what it says there, and then simply this would be we're having issues with the browsers. And the software was done 2-3 years ago at least, so it hasn't been updated. So I have to update it with new browsers. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change what you're seeing here, this user interface. The only workaround that I can do quickly is until we have the coders in-house to prepare this the way I want it to be. But all of that is coming. But in the meantime, I'm going to have these things have a control panel. I'm going to change this into a control panel. And the control panel is simply going to open browser instances. They're going to open in the latest browser that is used on the Game Master's computer and simply have these things operate. Okay, so that's basically what's going to happen. We're going to instruct, most things work for Chrome, and because we do use a lot of Google stuff, and there's other type of things that we use that Chrome has no problem with. So we're going to code it for Chrome, and you simply just tell all the game masters to have Chrome on your computer. Use Brave, get the Brave, and then have it working on your computer. So, because that's what it's going to look for to open that up, and simply have everything coded there. I think it'll be more powerful, easier, and quick to open and operate, and then close it right after that, and just do that. So that's what we're going to do for that setup here. So that's why I'm going to do that quickly. So I'm not going to bother trying to update this screen that you see. That piece of software, I'm not going to update it the way it is. Try to keep it that format. I thought it was a good idea, but actually what works better for us at this point is to make a console, make it so that it's like opens up on the bottom of the screen for the game master, so that he can position everything on one of his monitors. Game masters need 2 monitors, like I have 2 monitors here, and what we're trying to do is make everything work on one monitor, so that all the controls are on one monitor, and then any video type of resources that have to be displayed, like right now on this display area, can go on the other monitor, like that. And so that way we have some output on the screen that can be shown, and we have full control. So right now I have so many things open that I need to incorporate everything on the other side. And probably there's some things here that are open here that I can probably get away with. Let's see. We'll see. I don't want to do that actually, but I want to. I wasn't going to put it into the software, so I don't want to do that. But in any case, I want to keep everything on one screen in terms of controls, and that way the game master will actually have all his controls, quite a lot of little buttons and monitors and what do you call that, like these mixer status equalizer lights and all that, the levels and things like that. It'll have a pretty interesting and busy screen. Definitely, the game master is definitely going to have a ship-like control screen. I mean, you're going to be busy, but that adds to their gameplay, right? So they're going to be really good about that. And then I'll be looking at doing something similar for the players. I'm going to see exactly, and just to give them some functionality, give them the monitoring of the stream, When they're playing online with the other crew members, they will see the broadcast, basically like we're doing here, in a window, but also they can have some certain controls and communication, chat and whatnot on that screen, so they could participate in the game, watch the game, and communicate, which is a major part of their participation in the game, on one monitor. And I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'll take this, what you see here on the screen now, and rework it for the players, and that'll be the player software. And the game master software will be more of a control panel. So this is going to convert more into a control panel, which then in links that need to be open, like in a browser, it will just open up a browser instance for each thing that they need. So that's basically the way I'm going to do it for them. And the players will have a full screen user interface, and that way they have a choice of streaming locations. And obviously their software will be tied to their ship, so that when they load in their ship, their software will connect to their ship's broadcast. Okay, they will have options to go and look at other broadcasts, but when their software loads up, it will be connecting to their ship. So they will have their ship's chat, their ship's communication channels, and their ship's broadcast channel, and that's what they will be presented with. So everything is everything's working out nicely with that. Okay, so we're going to go into a break, an intermission. I'll come in about 20 or so minutes, just for a second or two, and then I'm going to the holodeck to do my exercise and let the kids play a little bit, and I'm going to record that a little bit here and there, little snippets of me walking around, getting some exercise, and then I'm going to put that up as part of the holodeck experience and part of this show. Okay, we'll go into some pre-recorded material while I'm out in the holodeck, and I'll be back around 4 o'clock. So right now we're going to go into an intermission, and I will be chiming in a few moments, about 20 minutes or so, to initiate the holodeck program. Okay, very good. Thanks for watching, and we'll be back. We have made significant progress in the advancement of SPACEPERIUM, and we are developing the game assets. Now, there's different categories of game assets with SPACEPERIUM. The story of SPACEPERIUM is that the AI, which I created, the artificial intelligence, in the future suffered either an attack or an accident. And that has still yet to be determined. In either case, and about the AI, the artificial intelligence has the capability of something from the old days, which is probably your present time or a little earlier than now, where your computer, whenever your computer would crash, it would perform a data dump. What the AI also has this capability of preserving is a self-preservation mode. And what it does, it protects its infrastructure in terms of its memories, its data, analysis, just all types of information and analysis. It backs it up. It performs an immediate dump. It happens very quickly. We invented a system where it embeds information. It can embed information in anything, in any piece of matter, even particles of matter, can all be used as memory. I mean, you can have a drum or a canister of powder, for example, and the AI has the ability to embed information, data, on each grain of powder in a canister. It's incredible stuff. So at any given moment, in an instant, the AI can embed information and data in almost anything. So, and we created, with the AI's help, of course, in its development, the AI really evolved. And it guided us to create what we called memory tunnels, physical tunnels. Back in your days, you may have, it would look like a subway station, actually. Those are a tunnel, for car traffic, subterranean tunnel for cars. And it would embed its ability to embed its memory, data, in tiles, actually, tiles on the wall. So we have these tunnels, massive tunnels running through the earth at the time that we created this thing. And these tunnels, the AI had access to these tunnels and would just use these tunnels more or less like you guys and your present day computer, your day. Of course, I come from the future, so I'm talking in regards to what I know you guys are using now. The same thing in what would be your solid state drives. Simply, it embeds information data in the substrate of a physical drive or an electronic. You still uses a circuit and a chip, and it changes the chip. It records the data in a chip and without moving parts, all done electronically. So the AI is also in the future uses anything. It doesn't need a chip. It just uses matter, and it turns it into memory. Simple like that. It's we eliminated for the AI the need for chips. It just simply uses matter, any matter it can find or that it has access to, and simply uses that to store its data and keeps expanding. So in essence, what we created was an AI that can simply have vast memory storage and vast computational power as well, because it uses all matter, whatever matter is available. And that includes backing itself up, redundancy and things like that, which the AI always does. It has redundant systems, so at any given time there's multiple versions of the same state of the artificial intelligence, just wherever. Over time, it became apparent that the AI had extended itself through our probes in outer space, even accessing matter in outer space. So, of course, the AI grew very, very, very knowledgeable. And while it's embedding its memory and its computational operations throughout the system, it also is gathering information. So, in essence, we don't have to put a man on a planet anymore. Simply just get the AI close enough to make assessments, and the AI is able to impregnate, if you will, the matter on any planet or any system that it can reach, and actually have a computational analytical presence wherever. So that was incredible as we were realizing that the AI was able to do this. But right before the accident, it became apparent to me, since I'm the main interaction with the AI, in terms of its deeper secrets, its workings, it became interesting as it seemed that it was able to actually go back in time. It developed time travel abilities. Again, I didn't have too much time to really look at everything, because that's when the accident occurred. And when the accident, I call it an accident, I can't, it seems very suspicious. But in either case, what happened was, of course, the AI went into emergency data safety protocol, and it performed a dump of its AI. But with one distinction: either it was on purpose, or it was due to the nature of the accident or sabotage, whichever it was. There was a time travel incident at the same moment or because of the event. In either case, a time portal was opened and the AI performed its data dump, but a lot of its data went into the time portal. And also a lot of things, it was an explosion. So there are a lot of the tunnel, one of the main tunnels for the AI's operation, embedding its memory, etc., that disappeared. We suspect it went through the time portal. As a matter of fact, the AI confirms that that's indeed what happened. So what my mission was to come back in time myself and perform a recovery operation. This was the plan of the AI. Now, what the AI requires, it doesn't need the data, actually. Remember its capabilities. It doesn't matter where the data is in terms of the data exists, regardless of what it exists in or on. The question, though, what happened during the accident, or particularly in this accident, sabotage, whatever it was that the memory, the computer's memory, AI's memory on location is what is missing at this point. In other words, because of this accident, the data dump, the AI just thought it more important was to make sure that location parameters were backed up. In other words, that was the data dump, where everything is. And apparently those are the things, the locators, that the AI needs to reconnect with. Because once it has the locators, it can access the data wherever it is. Simply, the locator is what is almost like homing beacons. So it saves as a locator a connection to the data that it is referring to. So no matter where the data goes, the locator is able to stay connected with that data. But of course, the AI needs the locators to be located. So the locators need locating. The AI is able to more or less detect the locator, but it needs to connect to that data, to that information. It needs an active connection. And so my main responsibility is locating these assets. And the AI determined that the best time in history to be able to gather all these assets, especially the locator assets, was now in this period of time. Because of the platforms, the development of discoveries and whatnot, and remember, these things are embedded in artifacts. They're embedded in ancient, what you guys call ancient. For us, it's very, very, very ancient. But especially in this time period, you guys regard it as ancient artifacts already. Throughout all time, throughout the time of human development and civilization. So this data has been strewn across time and history and even geolocations around the world. And we suspect around the universe even. But it's something that we can't track down yet. It's part of the reasoning for SPACEPERIUM, for the space exploration. That is also my secondary job here now, is to get the SPACEPERIUM Imperium going. And that will facilitate the encounters wherever the data is elsewhere, if it exists elsewhere in time in the universe. As far as we can ascertain, the artificial intelligence focused on Earth, but again, because we know its capabilities, we don't know what the time portal and its access to other places in the universe that it had at the time of the explosion. We don't know if that also regressed. We have no idea. Again, these are things that will remain to be discovered once we get a good amount of these locators. Of course, the locators will work together and begin a network, a matrix, if you will, of connectivity, so that the AI can formulate a map, if you will, of where everything is. I mean, that's all it needs. It needs enough of the assets, we call them assets, in order to have connectivity and to redraw, if you will, what we would call a mind map or a neuronal web of connectivity and knowledge or awareness of where all the data is and what that data is itself. It doesn't need to have that data. We don't need to have possession of the data. We just need to know where it is, because it can access it once it knows where it is. But the problem, obviously, is having the locator assets. So that becomes part of both of those things. The data and the locator data becomes a class of assets in SPACEPERIUM. Okay, that we call the artifacts, SPACEPERIUM artifacts, and they are game assets, and they're one of the most important game assets for players to own, because during the gameplay, there will be references or a need for the AI to ascertain its assets. And the players that have access to the asset have ownership of it, or just having the data is enough to satisfy the AI's requirement, and gives a tremendous boost to the player's experience and point ranking, etc., etc. It even can mean a difference between a failed mission and a positive mission, a loss of life to a protected outcome, a saving grace, if you will, through the obtaining of this information. It helps the AI. The AI does a lot of things, but without the information, it's really hampered. And so it's in the gameplay of SPACEPERIUM. It is a balance. It's like a juggling or a high wire act of balancing between human effort and human thinking, researching, and what the AI can do because of missing data. And when push comes to shove and certain situations occur during gameplay, the presence of artifacts in the hands of players, or the information can make a mission, turn a failed mission into a successful one, and have an AI enabled to compensate for weaknesses in knowledge and abilities of players. So yes, so the game is like a struggle between the individual player's abilities and knowledge, experience, and the AI's ability, knowledge, having access to the knowledge that it should have to help the mission and to help the player complete their missions. So these artifacts then are paramount. They're paramount to many things in the SPACEPERIUM future, and that is why it's a A1 supreme urgent thing that we locate these artifacts. Now, there's a story behind some of these artifacts are very interesting. There's still another storyline in this that I'm going to talk a little bit about in this first artifact that is that's been found, and that you all, whoever watches this, can get it and own it. All I can tell you is that other players, the players, need it. Now they either need this artifact, or they'll need the information from it. Okay, so these are two things. Now, if you own it, they'll have to buy it from you. Simply. If you may not want to sell it to them, but you can offer them the information, because that's all they need really for the game. Owning it, they get an extra power and boost and rankings for the ship even that they're a crew member on. So that's really paramount for them to own it, to actually buy it from whoever owns it now or will own it. But a lot of players are going to need the information. So it's again, whoever owns these artifacts would then decide, should I sell it outright and for what price? Or should I give the information that they're looking for? The information is a code. It could be a QR code on some of these artifacts, or just a letter code, a string of letters or numbers. It could be anything like that. And simply you provide that information for a small fee to the players who are requesting it and need it for their gameplay. And so that is basically how these artifacts in particular function. All right, now you don't have to be a player to own the artifact. The whole idea is that these are artifacts. These are things, some of them are artwork, like the case that we have today. It's this one's a photographic canvas. There are ancient works that are also sculptures. There are ceramic objects. As I told you, those come from especially the tiles, they come from the tunnel, which I talked about earlier. There's many different objects because, again, it's objects and things. It can even be a rock, for goodness sake. So, because the AI was able to embed information on anything, any object that's material, anything, even dust, even small micro-sized particles even. So again, this is what we are dealing with here. So what we have is that we have seen on the cow, something I've put together so that this artifact is available to those people who would want to own the first artifact, SPACEPERIUM artifact for this game. And it's basically named Woolly in the Woods. And you say, what the hell is Woolly in the Woods? But take a look at it so that you can see what it is. Is that? Oh, yeah, okay. Woolly in the Woods. Okay, wait a minute. It's not supposed to do that. Let me just get that over. Okay. All right. So this is Woolly in the Woods. Woolly in the Woods is a deluxe canvas. There are different sizes. The problem with this, or the issue, is that it's a limit. Once the limit is reached, these will be not available, simply. Okay. Now, if you look at this canvas closely, you'll see why it's called Woolly in the Woods, at least physically. There is a story behind this. If you notice that right here, between these larger trees, is a smaller tree. It is a tree. It's actually it actually is a smaller growth here, smaller tree. But if you look at it, it has the shape, interestingly, of a woolly mammoth. It looks like one. It has the shape of one. And in the SPACEPERIUM lore, LORE, this Woolly in the Woods is not just a tree. This Woolly in the Woods was actually at one time a woolly mammoth, at least on the earth. But before then, it was an alien, an alien king of an empire, vast empire of aliens, advanced aliens. And these creatures, or aliens, they had a terrible occurrence, which seems to be a war that was fought, in which they lost. And they had to escape. And the way that they escaped was twofold. They had to abandon their part of the universe. And secondly, they had to change their form. So they had to leave their planets of abode where they lived. And on top of that, in addition to that, they had to change their physical form. And so they did come many of them came to Earth, to this planet, because it was suitable for life. It was far, far away from their site of their former existence, from their part of the universe, and far, far away from their enemies. And then they had to hide here. And they hid by changing their form to what we know in our history, for us and for your world today, as the animals. Many, many animals. There were animals already here, but they became a different type of animal. And some would say that they brought in a different type of animal than was here before, more advanced, or as scientists would say, more evolved. The only thing bad about what they had to do was, of course, they had to struggle with life in this physical form and on this crazy planet even then. And before they learned to master the art of reincarnating and reproducing their new forms and coming back again, their persons in these new forms and new generations. Before that happened, their great leader had succumbed to aging and to the elements that what we call life here on Earth. The leader had enough power, I guess you would call it, or energy, life energy, to transform himself into the tree that you see there. And so he was able to transform. He's still there, and all the animals know him, who he is, that he's there, but they can't do anything about the fact that he had to transform into a vegetable now, a vegetable life form, which is that tree. So, but that's him. And as you can imagine, all the animals, respect and look toward him, and they know he's there in some way, somehow. And that's the woolly in the woods. So that is one of the first artifacts. It's actually a location. It is the tree itself. Now, the AI, I don't know how it tracked it down, but it did embed its artifact with this tree and identify it as such. So I was able to find it. I took the picture that you see. Now, with each of the pictures that this is on, or the canvas has it on it, comes the code. It's a different code on each of the canvases, and the code is what the players need to get the points and have the benefit of this artifact working for them, working for their ship, working for in their gameplay. So that is what is at hand at this moment. So that's part of the big story about that's running in the background on SPACEPERIUM, is the discovery that there are aliens among us. That's the big news. They've always been here. They're the animals that we see. Not all of them, but many of them that you know of. They are actually the aliens from another place in another time. And so this, and you'll be hearing more about that, though, especially the players, because it does form part of your game experience. But in any case, this is available on CowCow. At CowCow, you can get your Woolly in the Woods Deluxe, or any size. Obviously, you can get any size that you want. And this canvas can be yours. Go to CowCow. Let me get the right URL for you. CowCow, and you go to cowcow.com /Woolly in the Woods, or you can just go to cowcow.com and look for and do a search for SPACEPERIUM. I think that will work for you. Let's go to CowCow here, and let's try that out. SPACEPERIUM. We'll try, because not all the time will it find it. But yeah, you do the search for SPACEPERIUM, and you will see the Woolly in the Woods canvas. And let's update you all over here. And when we find more artifacts, they will appear here. Okay, so you need to go over to cowcow.com, search for SPACEPERIUM, and what you want to do is bookmark it, because all future SPACEPERIUM artifacts that I put together and gather together for you will be here initially. The other stuff, the aftermarket, will only be done on classiforum.com. Classiforum.com. But like I said, you have two options with this artifact and any other artifacts that appear here at the CowCow store shop. And that is that you purchase your artifact and you hold it for resale, if you like, when one of the players requests to buy it. You can also have an auction, do it by auction, and all of that can be done at classiforum.com. Now, or you can offer the code. Now, one of the things you have to remember, when you order this from CowCow, it doesn't come with the code. You have to request the code from me. Okay? So again, you have to provide proof of purchase, and your address and whatnot, and then I will send you a certificate of authenticity, the code of the embedded data resource, with this, and that becomes also the storyline will be sent to you in probably PDF form, and that will be sent to you so that you have background information on what is this Woolly in the Woods and what does it have to do with SPACEPERIUM. And this becomes together now. The picture alone is not enough. The picture with the packet that I send you after you get back to me, together that becomes your asset. It becomes the asset. It's not one without the other. Both have to be together. So that completes the asset and your ownership of one of the game's assets. It's a physical asset. It will also include a blockchain token. So your purchase, that's why you need to reach out to me after you've made that purchase and received it. You have to take the picture of your package. You received it, any shipping label, etc., with the order number on it, etc. Your address, it should be on the shipping label, so just taking a photo of that and sending it to me is enough. And then you will receive the packet from us with the certificate of authenticity, with the storyline, with the code. Okay? And then you will also in that packet receive how to get the blockchain token for your asset. So between all of those things, and that asset will also carry with it a code related to your particular asset. So all of these things are important because, again, they will are the things together that give value for you to hold this as a SPACEPERIUM asset, as an artifact, and or get payment for providing information about the code numbers, etc., etc. So this is, and again, we're talking about in SPACEPERIUM, we're looking at over 1 million users, players, and you have you need just to build it up in your neck of the woods, so to speak, woolly in the woods here, so that you can begin to realize some benefit from having this in your ownership. So this is what it's all about. You get instructions, what you need to do, because no one's going to do anything for you. You have to get the asset listed on classiforium.com. You decide if you're going to offer it for sale, or you're going to give out the code, or both things until a sale is made. You will provide the code for X amount of dollars. We also give you guidelines on that, so you understand that when you're giving out the codes, that it has to be at a reasonable pricing, which is usually under $5. And then and also that you will have to promote your asset and promote SPACEPERIUM. So that is what you need to do. So all of that has to be done, because nothing's going to happen. The AI does things randomly, and basically if you don't market it, when the AI sees the purchase, so it's looking at your purchase, and basically your location is to be developed by you, and so depending on that is how you begin to realize, and create value for your asset, to yourself, for your own benefit. So that is what's going on with that. The asset is now available at cowcow.com, and simply the time is running. There is a limited amount. I won't announce how many will be allowed to be sold of this. It doesn't matter what size you choose, because again, the code and whatnot is what I'm sending to you, right? So the size of the Woolly in the Woods doesn't matter. Personally, I'm getting the big size myself. All right, because it is the first. If you want someone to, having the first assets of SPACEPERIUM, historically speaking, I want it as big as I can get it. Right now, that size is the 20 by 16. Very nice size for a wall. So that's now available and the SPACEPERIUM shop at cowcow.com. Okay, so grab it up. Don't waste any time on this. Again, once the limited number is achieved, and it's going to be very limited. Once that number is achieved, this item will no longer be available. It is the first asset, which means that it will have a particular program with it, and we're going to show you what to do, what you need to market, how you need to market, and to build your SPACEPERIUM location, and then basically that's where your business will come from. That's how you will make money. It's from your own efforts with SPACEPERIUM in your location. Okay, but this is what opens the door for you. Again, limited to just a very few, and the first to take action. The first few to take action and get this on your wall. It's as simple as that. Okay, everything else will be explained in your PDF, in the packet that you receive from us with the certification and the codes and then also the instruction on how to get the blockchain token. And everything is the rave right now with tokens and blockchain. So that is also, and the tokens are important too, because they will be part of the handheld game, right? There's a handheld version of SPACEPERIUM that's being developed, and that, between that and the first phase of our game, those players, your token, you have a token. Those tokens are important as well. Okay, so this is, again, there's a lot of details in that. I'm not going to go through it right now. I'm just telling you, with each of these, with this purchase that you make, you will also get a token. And in the material that you receive from us, you will get all the information about how to get the token, what the tokens mean for you, and it's going to be a token, and you will own that token. This is tokens that you own. Again, and together with the artifact, all of this is an asset that you really need to hold on to. But I would recommend you hold on to it. Okay, so again, you don't have to be playing SPACEPERIUM to own this. You just have to take action. You heard what I just said. That's that. Take action. Follow the instructions in the PDF. You'll have to build the SPACEPERIUM project. Let people know about it in your area, in your region. Simple, put some ads up and things like that. It's very simple to do, and that's that. And let it happen, and simply make it work for yourself. Okay, so that's it. That's cowcow.com, and do a search for SPACEPERIUM, or for, here it is, here, the cowcow.com shop /shop and SPACEPERIUM. That's what it says right there. And then you will see, and again, bookmark it, because you'll want to come here every so often, even after you get this artifact, and see what else we got coming, right? That's really good. So again, this is the first artifact for the game, and it's historical because of that. SPACEPERIUM becomes famous or whatnot, and you're one of the few folks in the world with one of these artifacts, with this particular one, which is the first one, and that's what makes this particular. So this is a collector's item, just simply based on that fact. It is the first artifact for the SPACEPERIUM game asset class. All alone makes this a collector's item. All right. Regardless of the tokens that come with it, in particular to your particular item, and regardless of all the other benefits that we talked about, and that you get, the offering the codes that the players need at a rental fee, and or reselling this. I don't know why you would do it anytime soon. But and if you want to do that, then you can. But again, it's your property. You do with it as you will. But players would really want to get their hands on it. Okay, so you have that reality. All right, and that's that. So take heed to that. Take action and get your woolly in the wood canvas today, and own a part of SPACEPERIUM. And welcome. This is Reverend Dr. Gilberto Rosado welcoming you to this presentation. Today, we're talking about a wonderful gaming lifestyle product that we have. It's really, the best way to say it's an opportunity. It's a limited, very, very, very limited opportunity that you have right now. And that is to become a game master with our gaming lifestyle program. And this latest one is just it's just a remarkable program, and one I'm sure that you'll be most anxious to get started with as soon as you hear the details. So let's go right into that right now. Let me put that screen up for you. Let us find out where we have that screen. Screen for you should be the gaming basic. There you go. Okay. Okay. This is our screen. Let me give you a top cam here, so you guys can see that up there. All right. This is it's going to be a we're going to have a slide here. I'm just gonna play it, just show it right here on the screen without going into the full slide, because the full slide causes other things to happen on my other screen. So I'm not gonna do that way. But basically, I'm gonna show you within the slide creator here, the slideshow creator, the slide. So it should be good enough for you to read on your screen in any case. So what this is an exclusive gamer business. What we've done is we've created a business model that allows you to enjoy a gaming lifestyle. With the business model form, you're able to do this as a business, not just as a job. I think it's better than having this just like a 9 to 5 or having it as a job. I mean, better than having a job would be to have a business based in the gaming genre and the gaming lifestyle. Okay, so that's why we made this. It also includes a website. The website facilitates a lot of communication and a lot of great social media type of promotion, etc., etc. A lot of things, and also some income streams that are created based on the website. Your website becomes a valuable asset in your business, and that's why we've included a website portion to this business, exclusive gamer business. Now, another thing I'm going to give you a caveat. It says there's nothing else like this. This is a unique, one-of-a-kind, and one-time opportunity. If you let this go by, you're saying goodbye to a big deal here. And number two is you need to realize something. There is only one of these available. Okay, there's 3 versions. There is the Statel version, and we'll get into what that is. There is the Citadel version, and then there is the Zonal version. Needless to say, the first one, the Statel, is the most profitable. It's the biggest one. This is a big deal. And obviously, there's only one available per state. Now, we're going to get into that a little later on. But I wanted to express the urgency of the need that you have to take action. You really need to take action, and you need to take it quickly. And this is a lifetime deal here. So the person who gets the Statel version, they have it for a lifetime, and it goes down to the family, to your heirs. So that's it. I mean, basically, if you don't grab this up today, you're basically giving it all up to someone else, and there's really no reason for you to do that. If you can do it, you should do it today, immediately. Okay. So you can become a game master. What we have, we have a few game titles that are being developed. The biggest one, the big deal, the big cheese here is SPACEPERIUM, which some of you have seen through our other broadcasts. That is our big honcho game that we are in active development. A new thing. It's a new hybrid type of game. It's a unique thing as well. And so that is really the central core of your gamer business opportunity. There's other games also. You're not only going to be making money through SPACEPERIUM. Okay, I just want to make sure you understand that there are other games and other income streams from other games that we have under development. But SPACEPERIUM is the big deal right now. So just to express that. And just to express that you're not limited just to SPACEPERIUM. There are other things that we're doing. Okay, so you become a game master in your area, city, or state, gaming as a business. It's an exclusive program. We've simplified the process, perfected the methods. Now you too can earn a real living playing games like a pro. 3 types of gamer business memberships. Status, Citadel, Zonal, as I already said. There's only 1 per state, 1 in your city, and only 1 in your postal zone. If you happen to live in the U.S., there's other types of zones in other countries. Again, but the other countries, we only have a few countries available to date, and that we will show you later on in the slides. I think I updated these slides for that. Okay, so how do you make money from this Game Master role and website? The first thing is we always feature, this is a new thing all network wide, and that is the TV channels that we are creating for your membership. Now, when you join and you capture your state, your city, or your zone membership, you will have a TV channel associated with your members. It's a TV channel that is geo-based. That means the market area is the jurisdiction of your memberships, or if you are statal, it goes to the statewide. If you are a Citadel, you have a citywide channel. If you are zonal, then you have a zonal channel. Okay, and these create income streams from diverse manner. Now, it's not just a channel, but you also have the access of our other channels in network for you to do things like selling advertising, offering advertising. Some of you won't have to offer advertising. Advertisers will come to you, and they'll want to advertise in this postal zone XYZ, and we'll make the deals and you'll make the commission checks. Just simple as that. So in many of these cases. In other cases, you'll be helping local gamers as well. As you can do gamers, you can do all types of different shows, because we have different shows, so you can do these different things and help individuals in your community get more exposure, get better results than they're getting even on YouTube with all the competition they're having on YouTube. Again, we're providing 220 million eyeballs to our channel. So that's what we're providing. That's what we're bringing to the table, and that's more than most of the YouTubers are able to garner. So again, we have a service, a product that is of great value to people in your community. This involves channel creation, development with game-centric marketing strategies for specific clients. We're also using the gaming platforms, the game genre as a marketing tool for use by local businesses. Again, these are things that you'll receive more information during the training program. So you'll learn about what you're able to offer, how it is that you're making money in detail from these different offers. Like I said, you don't have to worry too much about promoting one thing or another, things that you're not knowledgeable enough about or fascinated enough to be promoting. You don't have to. We have people that'll do that for you. Again, you control the license, the area. If and when the advertisers come on board in your area, you will make a commission check regardless if you did it or they called us, or how it is that they began the relationship to or contract us to provide that marketing strategy or that advertising venue for them. And when you're creating channels, or when we're creating the channels, you will qualify for up to $5,000 one-time fee for new channels that get created for a specific client. These are specific channels, what we call branded channels for a specific client.
Again, these are you make a big chunk of money just simply by having the license, and if you do the promotion, even better, you can make multiple checks like this very easily because this is something new. That's another thing I want to impact you with is that we're talking about new things here. We're not talking about old stuff. This is new things. They're new strategies that we have created, plus the fact they're unique and they're exclusive to us, to our network. So the only way that your local business people can get access to what we're doing will be through you, through your website, and through your services that we are providing. But you are being licensed now today. Through your action today, you will be empowered and in a position to earn income from those contracts. You have here, like we were talking about, business show production and distribution services that you'll be able to gain a profit from. This, again, also includes gaming genres, gaming businesses, even game manufacturers. Some of you have them in your neighborhood, actually. You have a game manufacturer in your city or in your state. You know, you guys will be making money from these gaming factors using our network for promotion and advertising and whatnot. Because we will have a powerful network. You have to understand, we will be able to market games geo-based, locally, and have that local delivery of advertising and also servicing of clients like no one else can do. So this is part of the game here. Part of it is building up this network of local based business people. You're going to be one of them if you join today, but who will be able to deliver customers to these manufacturers in the gaming genre and without, meaning outside of it. Any business will be able to profit big and get great results from participating in advertising in our network. This is just talking about TV channels. They can also participate in the games, and we're going to talk about that later on. You got money from the featured segment space, the 250 per segment. You had ad space. Also on our network of vehicles in the community that you can also be offering. Who's offering that? No one else is offering that. We have it in our network to offer trucks and cars and whatnot. These are moving billboards throughout the city where businesses, including gaming ones, are able to advertise their games or their products and services on these mobile billboards running throughout the city every day of the week. You'll earn recurring income from all network businesses, ad sales, and you'll be also able to feature your own team members, because some of your team members that'll join you have their own businesses, they have their own products and services, and they will be able, since your channel and some of the channels that will be developed are targeted to a local base, to your domain, if it's a zonal city or state, then you will be able to market to have your team members have some participation in that and get a benefit from that. And you'll be adding also to your income from that source as well. Small source, but it is still another income stream. Now, game mastership and website features. The game player participation and character packages include recurring and membership fees. These are one of the main things about your game mastership income. Let's talk, for example, the first and core game, which is SPACEPERIUM. SPACEPERIUM, in its development phase, which is in right now, will be receiving or offering special membership participation packages. Now, what happens in these packages, what we're offering is permanent game participation in terms of a character in the game. It's just one of the things we have. We have a few things that people can join the game with, and they can have as a benefit of joining this game early on. They can have certain things, certain benefits and features, which mostly will be permanent features in the game. That for many can mean permanent advertising values. It can mean special benefits that will be permanent in their membership as a player in the game. And obviously, it would mean the character packages are those that they themselves will be turned into a character in game. Since Spaceperium has a lot to do with reality, then they, as they exist in the real world, can exist in the Spaceperium game in a set and permanent fashion. Okay, so that is something else that we are also offering in this, and this also provides lifetime income to you as the game master, depending on your domain, statal, citadel, or zone. Also, established businesses. Also, we include value add-ons, and that also means, in other words, the benefits to an established business. Established business can participate in our games. One of the benefits, if you will, of having a real life game is being able to offer. Let me just put this on the regular slide because I know all this is sometimes confusing. Okay, so the businesses can indeed participate in our gameplay, which is different than any other game that I'm sure you've heard about. What other game gives you the option or the opportunity for business to be a participating element in the game itself? Okay, so we accomplish this in a number of ways. Those details will give out during your membership and throughout your training program and throughout your membership time. But again, this provides another income stream for your business profit and your income. It just all adds up. The other way also is business marketing services, which are charged hourly. These are hourly fees, like consultant fees, that our network charges for providing business and marketing services. These create lifetime also recurring and membership fees. They're recurring income. Since we're doing this like with the game, for example, the game itself, since it has some permanency, there is a definite lifetime income streams that are created from these services provided to businesses using the game consulting form. As you see here, exclusive game consulting and marketing advertising. And it's an exclusive. You're the only one that will be able to consult with them and to offer game centric marketing services. Okay, and there is a lot of opportunity and a lot of potential in our game centric marketing program. So that's one of the big ways that your membership today, your business today, that you will begin with us as a game master, will profit you. Now, before the website gets up and running, you got about 3-4 months before your website is ready to be published and ready to go, all the bells and whistles. You still have a 3 to 4 month waiting period, and sometimes it will increase due to the volume of new orders. Okay, there'll be a time where it drops off as most of these cities have signed up and have taken the our program and joined it, but we are still going to see a peak. And when the peak traffic starts coming in and the sales orders begin at peak levels, that time period can easily extend. So I'm looking at 3 to 6 months actually before websites get up and running, which is important for you to know, you remember, because that's actually a good thing for you and we'll show you why. But in any case, be it 3 months or 4 months or 6 months, you are still able to make money starting right away. The first things that we're going to train you about is about forming local gaming and networking clubs. When you develop and manage these clubs and they're fully activated, they will earn you $2,500 per month each. Okay, so this is a way for you to start earning $2,500 per month uh, while waiting for your website to complete and to become finished. That is a fantastic time period and opportunity for you to make money while waiting. Again, while you're waiting, you're not making any payments. Remember that. This is, like I said, this is a good thing. So you can start creating income for yourself and start creating $2,500 per month for each of these clubs. And again, with the excitement, for example, for just one of them, the SPACEPERIUM, people are going to be excited about the benefits that they're going to start receiving by becoming a member of this club, and they'll be starting as a participant in the game in a special way, very special. So this is an opportunity for them to get involved in this and get started with our game development process. But again, for you, you don't have to wait till the website is done. You'll start making $2,500 per month for each activated club. Now, depending on your level of entry point today, you can have quite a number of clubs under your belt before the website even gets up and running. Okay, and that means before you have to worry about a monthly payment. Now, the main marketing program and profit centers with this program is that you have team member club formation. The team member club formation is what I just explained about the SPACEPERIUM club. This is your team member club formation, at least, and that's at least looking at $2,500 per month on that. Then you have game promotion by the team, which is another way that you'll be making money. The whole team, which is part of your club that you've created, will also be promoting the game, like SPACEPERIUM. Remember, there are other games coming down the pipe, but right now it's SPACEPERIUM mainly. So they'll be creating income for you in that sense. You have other clubs that will also be available to you that you can also create and activate, and they also will harness you $2,500 per month once the club has reached its activation level. And you have then in-game advertising and marketing. So this is the main impetus of your income streams from this program. Okay, the game advertising and marketing is gigantic. It's a lot of money there. We already talked about the $5,000 you'll earn from just one channel being created for one of the businesses in your community. A lot of money. So this is a lot of money here. Okay. The local gamer website that we'll create for you have exclusive gaming packages included there. Exclusive, unique. They can't get it anywhere else. They have to get it from your site. So we have 3 exclusive games and more to be added, as I explained before. You have exclusive territory and promotion marketing, um, which we explained already, with monthly recurring income. And like I said, that is lifetime. Once you develop these clients, especially like the TV channel, it's very hard for them to give that up. It's going to be That's not going to be happening because these channels become permanent assets. You're actually adding value to a business. That business will have that channel. That's something they can sell later on, and so they're not going to let that go. But while that is alive, you're making money. You're still getting a check every month for having that channel. So again, and that's just talking about the channels, but not talking about the advertising, all the different types of advertising and marketing services that they will be ongoing, and you have recurring income from each and every one of those items. We also will be offering micro in-game franchises and licenses. So they will be in-game franchises, things that are in the game itself, that businesses or individuals may purchase and get involved with, and then they're like economies created in game. So you, as a license holder, now you're the only ones that can sell that to the participants, and they have to pay you that income, which in most cases is a permanent, either a one-time fee, or in many cases it's a monthly fee that you get and you receive from that sale. You have promotion to local businesses, like I was explaining to you before. Who else can market to those businesses? No one else. You're it. You are the zonal member, or the citadel member, or the statal member. Only you can offer these services, and you will profit from it. And again, in the cases where this is a monthly recurring, then you also make monthly recurrals from these sales. You have the hybrid gaming income based on real world micro enterprise. Now, this is a special program, it's a module that you have the capacity of providing and offering with your business, with your gamer business now, that will produce for you $30, $60, and even $90 per module. That's equates to every sale. So every person that buys into this hybrid gaming income will be paying you 30, 60, or $90 every month. It doesn't take you too many people in order to create for yourself a very nice income that you can live on. You can pay rent, or start buying property and live in your own house, or pay off the mortgage, or whatever. Replace your income from an unsteady or an unpleasant job that you may already have. So this is a real big deal. This is a wonderful program. And again, you have to move quickly to get involved with this, and reserve this for yourself, because it's just simply, I don't have too many of these available. It's just one in your area, one in your zone, one in your city, and one in your state, and that's that. Okay. This offers yearly income to new players and team members. What we are providing, the packages that you will be selling on your website, offers them their income producing opportunity. That is absolutely correct. They will have an opportunity to have income, to create yearly income, through this package that they will purchase through your website. This is how you make your money. And another way, because there's so many already that we've discussed, but this is yet still another way that you'll be making income from this website. The Statal Game Master Detail now. The Statal is obviously a play on the state. This is a one, and most of these, let me make an explanation about this one per state and one per city thing. This it depends on the size of your state and of your city. Usually based on 50,000 population. So when we say one, it means 50,000 population. So you understand that because of the size of the city, we need more game masters would be needed because you can't service everyone and you can't service and the size of Spaceperium, the project and its vision is immense. It's practically getting everyone into Spaceperium. That's it. That's the bottom line. So what you have is that in most cases, what would I say, 96, 97% of the cities in the US and then everywhere else in the world, probably 100%, there can only be one Statel and one Citadel, one city license, simply because most cities do not surpass the minimum or the level at 50,000 per license. So that's the way it is. But in the bigger, larger cities, of course, we will have a licenses available to the capacity. So that makes everyone profitable. Everyone's going to make a lot of money. So it's not that you're stepping on each other's toes, but it's only a handful. In the larger cities, the really mega cities, it's still just a handful. You'll be able to meet at a Panera or a McDonald's basically all together there, really, because it's not really that much. But in most cities, it's only going to be one. So that's why you need to act quickly. Some of you have cities that already have game masters in it. You may have one left, one, two licenses left in the mega city. You just have to hurry up because it's going to go quickly. A little detail about the Statel license. It's a ship. You also get a ship. It's an automatic command of a ship, okay? Your crew is comprised of 100 game player members, which again comprises of one of the clubs that you form, and is host to all zonal ships assigned to her. Citadel commanders report to the Statel Admiral, which will be you. That is your ranking in the game, in-game ranking, and obviously in real life, because when you have your meetings in real life, you are Admiral. That's what you'll be, and staff. So the crew members of your ship earn $4,600 per year base when qualified. That's real money. That's not game money. It is game money, but it is also real money. And your staff members can earn $9,200 per year once they have qualified. So again, real money, not game money. It is game money, but it is real money, and everyone gets a card, a Spaceperium card, and there you can spend the money as you earn it. That is a real debit card, and that's what you'll be able to do. And each of these members also will be able to do the same. The crew and commander complete missions and earn money, not just in-game money, fake money, but actual real money. Quarterly statewide rendezvous is something else the Statel Game Master does. You organize that. These are real meetings. This is not in-game meeting. This is an actual real convention type of gathering. You've been at many business type of meetings at a hotel. You got people from different cities or whatnot. They all get together. This is the same type of thing. You have a quarterly statewide rendezvous, which is under the management of the Statel commander, and you create together with all the citadels must go there. So this is a required meeting for all the citadel ships and their crew members, so they have to be in attendance. And the other day we did a video on exactly what that means for Alabama. We did an Alabama example for the Alabama ship, and we discovered that the Alabama Statel commander would be making like $500,000, give or take, every quarter, based on the statistics for Alabama. That's amazing. That's just Alabama. You know, when I say that's just Alabama, it's just a state we picked out of the blue just to examine it. And I'm sure there's states out there that the saddle commanders will be making a whole lot more. I don't doubt, and we'll be always doing certain, the features on these, on the states, and how much money the commanders will make just on the rendezvous. But I won't be surprised that one of them will cross the $1 million mark. I have no doubt of it at all. So that's really exciting. So that's just one of the activities that the Statel Ship Command will be engaged in and will profit from. Promotion and development of statewide businesses, programs, and causes is another source of income, and also a good thing that we can do as goodwill in our states and helping community organizations with the influence that you'll have as a Statel ship commander, an admiral in the SPACEPERIUM universe, which again, remember that it has everything also to do with the real world, with today's present time, and so we will be able to help programs, nonprofit causes, and things like that in our real world through this gaming experience and through your businesses. You'll also develop a military. The Statel Commander develops a military presence. The game is starting off in R&D, which is research and development. But as we progress, the Statel Command, especially after a few rendezvous, you're going to be able to then begin to form the SPACEPERIUM military branch, and that then will be a development of the military in SPACEPERIUM and the development of that part of our SPACEPERIUM game experience. There are associated fees with that, which of course adds to the profit for the Statel Ship Commander. You also will develop training programs for periodic skirmishes. Now, these are not in game in terms of on the screen on a broadcast or playing the game online. This is actual real skirmishes, military skirmishes, something more fancier than your laser tagging and stuff like that. This is actually going to be something that you'll be organizing and putting together within your command domain in your state, and having the military branch come out and to participate in these games. They're games. Okay, these are part again, and you'll be making income from these get-togethers, almost like the rendezvous. They get together for a weekend, and with the help of our travel agency, and we will then put together some packages. You'll make a marketing fee also from the travel that people do to get to these skirmishes and to stay at a hotel during the skirmishes and participate in these things as we go along. There's another income stream for the Statel Game Master. And then the Statel and Citadel TV channel subscriptions, which you will gain a percentage of everyone that subscribes to the TV channel. Now, the TV channel is a vital communication link. It's a game element, so it's part of the game that each player has to subscribe and have this access to this channel, because this is the main communication between the Admiralty, which is you, the Statel Game Master, and everyone in the state. So everyone in your state will subscribe to this TV channel, and you will get a percentage of that monthly fee. So that again, that can range into the very many of thousands of dollars monthly into your bottom line, into your pocket. And for our international style game masters, we are opening up the international style ship commands at this point, and with this program, actually, this is the first time we're going to officially recognize the international ship commands. The crew would be comprised of 100 game player members in your country, and your Statel ship is the host to all zonal ships assigned to her, and Citadel commanders report to the Statel admiral, which will be you and your staff. In most of these countries, at this point, the Statel ship commander, we're not offering anything higher. So the Statel ship commander is the commander for your country, for countrywide. I talk about states because I'm talking from the perspective of the United States. But if you're in the international arena, then your Statel ship command is countrywide. And right now, those who can order today, the same place that everyone else in the USA is ordering is Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, Korea, Germany, Japan, Finland, Italy, and Kuwait. All of those Statel ship commands are available at the regular price USD at our website. At our landing page, you'll go and make your payment. That is now available to anyone in these countries. So if you're in any of these countries, or you know someone that's in the game who would love to be a game master, would love to have an opportunity like this, let them know, because there's only, again, how many? How many can get it? Only one. Only one person in Canada, only one person in the United Kingdom, only one person in Australia, only one person in Korea, only one person in Germany, only one person in Japan, only one in Finland, Italy, and Kuwait. Only one can get this today. And that's that. Okay? So they have to really act very super fast and get this for themselves. Now the Citadel Game Master detail. Again, this is the Citadel is referring to a city, and the Citadel Ship Command has also a crew of 100 game players in their club. Again, that's one of their $2,500 a month club. Your crew is the first one, and is host to all zonal ships assigned to her. Zonal commanders report to the Citadel General and staff. Crew members earn $4,600 a year base. They also get the income, and the qualified staff members can earn $9,200 once qualified. Crew commander complete missions earn money, like we said before. Earn commissions from citywide event ticket sales. As the Citadel commander, you will organize citywide events. The citywide events take on different forms and shapes. You can also work with other network members from other of our business licenses, because we have a few. We have different things like business consultant, we have real estate one, and we have car flipping one, and a few others. So those members can also work with you. As a matter of fact, one of the meetings you'll have every month is you'll have a get together with our other network members as well. So you guys get to know each other, because they're your best friends. You know, when you have something going, you have an event, they're going to help you promote your event on their networks as well. So it behooves you to get to know them, for them to know you, for you guys to work together. Okay, so you guys will be cross promoting, helping each other to become a success at your businesses. So you're going to have a lot of help. So you have these citywide events where ticket sales is what makes the day, and you'll be profiting from these ticket sales. We will help you with certain events as well. We'll come in, you guys put it together, promote the events with the other network people. and you guys will be making money. So you make money from those that you create, from events that SPACEPERIUM creates, right, or urges you to do this or that, and you can also have your own things that you create yourself, ideas that you have, or participate in the events that other network members have created or also sponsoring, and you can participate in all of those and make a commission on the ticket sales that you generate. And it's not just you. Remember, don't think it's just you alone. No, you have a lot of people helping you. Just your ship alone, it's 100 folks that are going to be helping you promote X, Y, and Z, whatever it is. So earn commission. So I read that. Now, citywide ad and entity sales are also what you'll be able to profit from citywide. And again, remember the same holds true here. Your other partners, remember the friends you're going to meet, the other networks, the other business licenses that we offer to in other genres and other programs. They will also, you will connect work with them, and you will be creating yourself a great coverage and outreach to be able to make a whole lot from citywide advertising and entity sales, because the entity has to do with the game itself, right? And so that's the explanation, is in game and with the Citadel TV, because you'll also have a TV channel. So all of these, again, cross promotion, networking with others. They will have clients. You know, I have a client. They're looking for some more exposure. Can they get on your SPACEPERIUM TV channel, your Citadel TV channel? And they'll probably guess at how much you're charging, because we pretty much suggest what that is. But you can have your own pricing as well, and they'll ask you, do you have a different pricing than the standard, or is it the standard? So they can tell their clients, and the clients will cut you a check. Simple as that. And again, you have the Citadel TV channel subscriptions, which for the Citadel is $10 per month. You make $10 from all the players in your city every month. It's almost like having your own cable network. You can't get better than that. You're going to have your own Netflix. That's basically what it is. You got a channel, your own premium channel, and all the players in our game are going to pay you $10 a month in your city from each and every player. And there's going to be, and you can tell, I mean, each zonal ship alone has 100 members. And that's how it's going to grow into. So just figure out how many zip codes. Do some quick math. How many zip codes you got in your city? Okay? Times that by 100. And then you times that by $10. That's how much money you're looking at just from this every month. Excuse me. My. Let me wet my whistle. A lot of dollar bills flowing through those lips and that throat. My goodness, it dries it. It just dries it. Okay. Now the zonal game master detail. The zonal ships, like I said, in the U.S., they're based on postal zones. So each one of those is a ship. Again, it's the goal there is to fill that ship with 100 crew members. That's the cap. Okay, there is a cap to this, by the way. There is a limit of 100. They cannot have any more than 100. So it's very important that you understand that. It creates the urgency, but it also allows the income to be made. We cannot keep adding more people in a certain area at a certain rate, because then they won't be able to create the money that we're announcing here. So there has to be a limit, absolutely. So it's a definite cap. Once people start hearing about SPACEPERIUM, they're going to want to be participating. But really, the majority will not be crew members in SPACEPERIUM. We got to say it honestly. Most of the people in SPACEPERIUM will be character players at best. They can purchase their character and place it in the game and have it placed in the game, but they really could not be a cruise ship member and get this type of benefit. They can do other things. They may be military. Military thing is a separate program. But at this point, as of today, there is a definite limit. So again, it's the urgency that they're going to have. Hey, listen, we only have a set limit to who can be a crew member. The crew members make this money, to starting out as a basis, and so we only have a limit to how many can do that. And that's it. So it's a good thing that we have the limit, both marketing wise and also to maintain the profitability in the program. We cannot be profitable bringing more and more people in. It just won't. It can't happen that way. It doesn't work that way. We have to limit the amount of people taking advantage of the good program that we have and the basis for the economy that we are stating in this presentation. Okay, so we have again, like the other ships, you complete missions, players, and the ship earns income. Earn commissions from in-zone entity sales. So again, you have entities that in-game, when it says entity, it means it could be a different ship. Because what we have here is that well, let's say the YMCA. Let's just pick something out of the blue. The YMCA or a college or a trade school in your zone may want to be, and we encourage it, that they have their own ship, that their entity be represented by a ship. Later on, there'll be colony entities, so that they'll be planet based, and then there too they have their entity there. But in the beginning of this game, in the R&D, it's mostly going to be space ships, and they can have their own spaceship. What the spaceship does is it's able to travel. So their spaceship, if they're promoting any products or services to other areas, not just your local zone, then they want the spaceship. If the business is more locally based, it's not doing any extensions, then they want the colony, right? The colony entity, which is basically a building on a planet, right? That's their business, on a planet, and they may have actually an asteroid can be their business, can be situated on that, something like that, a spatial entity. But and then later in the future, if they want to expand their business, let's say to another zip code or expand it to another city, then they can get a ship. At that point, they'll have to buy the ship through you. Again, these are purchases, real money being transferred here. And then they will have a ship that can actually then go into another area and represent their company and their business. In the game, there is commerce. In the game, people are hearing and seeing about real business and real products or real services, and they are encouraged to make purchases through the SPACEPERIUM economy. Okay, so again, they will be purchases. It will be a marketplace where they can go and make their purchases through SPACEPERIUM, and of course, then these businesses want to have access to those sales. You'll have zonal game assets as well here that will be also offered for sale. Ad sales and individual player character sales. Sign-ups. That's how you make money as well. And the Citadel TV, which you will make $5 per subscription. So everyone that subscribes to the Citadel TV, remember you're zonal here. The Citadel TV, he's making $10, but you will also make $5 from those players who sign up for Citadel TV. You'll make $5 from each. Characters, now, yeah, at bottom line, you're making, right from your cruise ship, you should be making $500 a month. Bottom line. That's right off the bat. But remember, there may be other players as time goes on as well. The other players will be the ones who buy the character and stuff like that. They will also have to get the Citadel TV, because that's how basically how the messaging works and how they'll get most of their information and participate in the games, etc., etc. So they need to have that. So again, you'll be making those $5 for all of those subscriptions as well. And also they want to see, there's other people who will want to have access to gameplay and learn how the game is played, learn more about the game. That's the way they would do it. That's another Citadel TV sale. Okay, so that's another $5. So you'll be adding income from that venue. Characters and entities that are created and permanently in game. So again, like I said, these are mentioned. A few things are repeated, more or less. They refer to the same type of thing and not exactly the same thing. But the whole point is creating something that exists in the real world, either a person, a company, an organization, or a cause, or a method, a school, some type of institution, whatever, and recreating that in game. So basically, all of those are assets that are sold, and at the Zonal Game Master, those that are sold through his website, his or her website, he or she receives a commission from each of those sales. The crew members play online and also conduct meetings in the real world, many in uniform. Okay, and the whole idea of this is it's just fun. It's fun to dress up. It's fun to have your uniform. We will have that in SPACEPERIUM. It's fun to meet. That's part of the thing. When everyone's meeting at a panera or something, they're in uniform. People say, "What is this? What is this? Is this a club? What is?" And then they find out about the game. Yeah, we're all in this game. We're earning income, real income. Matter of fact, here's my card. I brought everybody dinner tonight, or at least a meal, and this is the card. So, these are things people will be seeing, and then it's a way for the game also to get more members and more players, and that's more Citadel TV subscriptions, and that's more character sales, and then that's more. Some of these are business owners. Is that? Oh, and you guys advertise businesses then? Exactly. We advertise the business. We have the. Oh, that sounds so interesting. So everything is generated, really, when people are getting together in uniform, where it creates such a. Oh, this is a thing. Kids will be asking about it, and parents and teenagers, game players of all ages, really. And so this is a game. This is the SPACEPERIUM I've been hearing about all over. The guys are actually really making money. Here you guys are, here in the flesh, in uniform and all. It'd be quite a fascinating dynamic that forms from this activity. And it's all a good thing, because you're just making the money. You just keep breaking the money. Now, the main game detail about SPACEPERIUM is the structure of the program. The structure of the program is based on the SPACEPERIUM universe. It is a space game. It is a space game in every sense of it. But it is a copy of present reality. So everything that's true about life today, about economics, how you make money, how we live, business, development of cities and neighborhoods, these realities of our existence are copied in SPACEPERIUM. So that's what the game is about. So the game emulates real life. So if there is a bar down the street from you, there is no reason why SPACEPERIUM, why that bar cannot be in SPACEPERIUM. That would be something that the zonal commander here could approach that bar and say, hey, listen, we got a game. We all are, we are in this zone. There's a ship for this zone. And you can have your bar represented in the game. And the good thing about it is that, a lot of the game players will then come and meet here. There, everyone else will know about this bar. We have other people from other areas that would come and visit the bar, because this is what we're trying. We're building a community, and everyone that joins in, we're going to be patronizing. Just simply, you guys are making the game a reality. You're helping this game, be developed and grow. So we're going to patronize the advertisers and those entities that come and become part of this game, and that's how it is. So, and that's just one idea and one potential future member, and entity that we can create. We can create things for all types of businesses. We even have a traveling circus or fair throughout all the different ships throughout the universe, with a traveling economic model that no one's ever heard about. But we have it in SPACEPERIUM, where advertisers will be able to advertise throughout the country, just like if they were traveling with a traveling circus or traveling fair or expo, exhibit, convention type of thing. And just simply at that moment when the convention's in town, or when the carnival's in town, and everybody in the game in that state comes to experience that in their space, simply in their space, you see. So this is great. We have fantastic concepts that promote marketing, promote advertising, dollars and sales for you guys, and will create out of SPACEPERIUM a very interesting and very profitable environment for businesses to get involved with, and to purchase advertising campaigns, and to get your consulting, incorporate their businesses somewhere into the game itself and into our community. Okay, so this is again real world and real time entities translated into a SPACEPERIUM future. And so, but we maintain real world interaction. So the game itself is as much online and digital and streaming as much as it is offline in your local panera, in hotels, in meeting areas and rooms in your city, in your postal zone, in your state. Okay, so we showed that to you before in each detail. People are coming together in real life. They're coming together in uniform. And they are still participating in the game, because a lot of things that go on have to be put into the archival system. There is something about the game that has to be done, and then members are credited for, I should say, for those actions and for those participations, for observations, etc., etc., many things. So it's part of the gameplay. It's actually part of playing this game. We have also the local geo-based entities recreated in SPACEPERIUM. Like I was saying before, any entity that's local also can be recreated and should be in SPACEPERIUM. And the real money earned from real activities as part of gameplay and roleplay. That's what makes this totally distinct and unique from all other games out there. The in-game income is real income. It's real money that you earn in game. Okay, and when I'm saying in game, it's not. Remember, the game is as in real life. So the game has real life components. The making money part of the game is a real life component. Simple as that. So that's a hybrid. That's why we call this a hybrid game, because it's not just a video game. It's not just a digital game and everything is stuck in a digital make-believe world. This is a hybrid between the gaming world and the real world. And the income part, it's in the real world. Okay, not just in the gaming world. So it's reflected in the gaming world, but the money is made in the real world. That's the difference in this game, and that's how the money part works with our system. Other network offers of interest are also a source of income. We only have abbreviations here because we don't want to give away all our secrets out there. But we have 3 basic products here that you'll be able to offer through your website and your activities as a game master. You'll be earning $30 on the RFP program. There is no limit or cap to these sales. These you can make the $30 for every sale on these forever. Now the CFP is a capped and limited program. That's a seminar, and you'll make $1,000 per sale. However, that is a recurring income. That you'll make $1,000 for each of those sales for every year following, not just for this year, for every subsequent year. There's only 100 available seats for this. It's actually 100 licenses that when they're coming for the seminar, they will have this license. And for them to renew the license, they have to continue making the payment. Now, that means $1,000 in your pocket without doing anything else. There's no more marketing. There's no more promoting of that program. Again, there was only 100 available. It's done. But if let's say you sold only 10 of those seminar seats, you're looking at $10,000 just from this. If you sold 20 to 50, then you're looking at 20,000, 50,000 respectively every year. The key here is that every year you keep making this money from this one-time sale that you did tomorrow. Okay, so that's the good thing about that. The CFP product is a second product to that, which is $30 per month per sale, and that is, and you should be seeing, most of you should see that within the first few months, the CFP product too, but that's based on your seminar. In other words, that you sold it, the seminar took place in your zone, in your area, and then after a few months after that, you should start seeing this $30 per month sale. These are sales made through your website for the product that these seminar attendees will be marketing through, included through your website. Okay, and this is a product, by the way. I'll add this, that the CFP product 2 is a product that most of your gaming audience will want to take advantage of. So you can see very easily you should have 100 in this program, really just with your crew members. Absolutely. Okay, so a lot of people are going to want to do this, and you have your 100 crew members that should be able to do this or want to do this. Plus, then they'll be promoting it, helping promote it with you. So again, it's $30 per month for every sale. So you can do the math on that. Now, featured vendor ads, other income centers are our featured vendor ads and priority referral service fees. The featured vendor ads, again, we're talking about in-game. We're talking about the TV channels as well. It's advertising. They have a featured. It's part of a program, a product, a package deal. You'll be making money from that. A priority referral service as well that we are able to incorporate. No one else can do it because no one else has all the other networks that we have. Again, remember the power in this are the other networks as well. It's not just this. It's not just the gaming. You're coming in for the gaming, but remember you're part of a bigger network of different types of businesses and licenses that we have been marketing and continue to market. These are a lot of avenues that you can profit from and product packages that we can create because we have these different venues available. You have the business support service fees, so again, providing certain types of support to businesses. Those fees you will be able to make as well. And game marketing consultant fees, which we've mentioned before. This is specifically creating games. These are not our games. These are games that we can create for businesses. So that the businesses can get marketed, they can get some fan base going, some word of mouth going. So certain types of businesses that would benefit actually from having some game created. And we also can make an offshoot. We call those secondary or tertiary games, mini games, based off of SPACEPERIUM or any of our other titles. So that's still a different thing altogether. We're talking about one-time fees to get things started, and then you're talking about a monthly payment that you'll maybe making income from as well. A percentage of that is because we're doing all the work, right? But you'll be getting commissions from that on a monthly basis. And there's also distribution. I mean, we're handling distribution. You'll be handling in distribution. You'll be making sales. You can handle selling these games into the stores in your domain. If you're the Citadel, then you have the citywide domain. If you're the zoner, you have your postal zone domain. And if you're the statewide, you guys can clean house with all of these different options here. You guys are cleaning house here. It's just simple. All right, there's a lot of money to be made here. On top of all this, folks, me and my wife, we own a travel agency, and we're able also to make this offer to you today of an all-expense paid Caribbean vacation for two every year. So every year, you and your significant other will have a free vacation on us, and it's actually we're getting together, all of us together. So from all the networks, we'll be coming together, and we'll be bombing the Caribbean, some Caribbean island out there. We just take over, and we will enjoy ourselves, have a great vacation, and we'll take this occasion to talk about the new things that are coming and being added to your SPACEPERIUM empire. So that's really exciting. Hey, listen, it's a great time to join right now. How is this website going to be promoted, the website that you have with your license? Well, just like any other website, again, remember that since we're dealing with local and you're building your game team in any case, you're going to have a lot of people around you that's going to help you. Basically, they're going to help you with promoting the website. Then, of course, we have your other network partners. A lot of these things are just straightforward. You get together with your other network people. Your site just got up a month or two ago. Okay, they're going to know about it. They're going to talk with you. And you know what? They're going to help you also promoting the website in all their venues and everything they're doing. So you're going to have a lot of people interested in your success, interested in helping you to succeed. So that's the difference in having this type of website than having any other. If you're trying to think, you can buy a website for $50, but all you're buying is some software, some content management online, and there's nothing else. You don't have anything. You don't have traffic. You certainly don't have anyone helping you. This is a different deal altogether. Altogether. And we also have the TV. You'll have a TV channel. You know, what you don't have to worry about advertising. I mean, really, you got a TV channel, so you don't really have to worry about all of these things. Um, Plus, the businesses and other people that you get involved in the advertising one, they're going to advertise your site too. They're going to let the word out, spread out, put it in their newsletters. Some nonprofit that you are helping with some Spaceperium exposure, some cause that you're helping out, some organization you're helping out or advising, with Spaceperium, consulting and all that. You are going to have people that are going to help you with your promotion of your website. Absolutely, helping you promote the game, getting your cruise ship all fattened up with all your 100 crew members, all of that. You really have so much to offer here. It is not funny. So that's like the last of your worries is how to promote your website. But hey, Liz, you can always put an ad on Craigslist. I mean, it's free community. Hey, okay, we're hiring. We're looking for crew members. Spaceperium, come take a look. Send me an email. We'll talk about it. Send you some information. Also, so that's not a problem. Our other network members will also advertise you on their TV channels as well. But they're on air. They'll talk about you. There many times they're already established and they have audiences, so you're going to have that up in your benefit too. But your business clients, premium members, the same network, the business, the vehicle ads, same thing. You can also make use of that. We have co-promotion on other websites and just more strategies that will be announced to you as time progresses. So the question is, how can you order? Well, we have again the three levels of membership. You can have the Stato Admiral if you act right now before someone else grabs it. It's $9.95 per month, only one per state. The Citadel General is $4.95 per month, only one per city. And Zonal Captain is $95 per month, and there's only one per zip code per postal area. Now, I have to also mention that again, if there should be any one of you miss beating someone else to it, you wanted the statin and you missed it, I will see first, look at your state. If it can handle another, then I'll give it to you. If it cannot, I'll offer you the Citadel, okay? And we'll go down from there if those things are taken. So don't be afraid to claim whatever you can today. Just claim it. Just hurry up and claim it. And then we'll talk about it if an alternative if you do not get it before someone beats you to it. In certain cases, like the Citadel, for example, the Citadel, um, the Citadel Captain General license. If someone has it and the city does not qualify for another, and you are within an hour from another city, then I will offer you that other city if it's available. That's just an offer. I'm not giving it to you. I'm not saying you're stuck with it. I'm just offering to you. You can say, no, I don't want it. I don't want to do the travel for an hour, once a week or whatnot to, do this business over there. There's also a possibility, depending where you live in your state, if you live next to another state, again, within an hour travel time, and if you want to, I can give you the other state if you miss your state. So again, that's the only option you have. The only caveat with that is that you really have to do some traveling within the state. The Stato Admiralty, you need to be able to travel So you have to keep that in mind. Don't order the Stattle Admiralty just because, hey, I want to make more money. Understand that you have to, in order for you to make more money, you're going to have to travel in state. So understand that you're going to have to attend some meetings, help the Citadel commanders get their groups going. You have to move around. So do not order the Stattle Admiralty with the intention of just sitting around to make money, because that's not going to happen that way. You have to be able to support your Citadel generals. Okay, so that's a caveat before you do that. So that being said, you do have an option for Stattle. Then your state may qualify for a second Stattle ship command, or you or your physical location close to another state within an hour from the state border may qualify you to get offered the other state if it's still available. And again, if we're offering you the other state, you have to be willing to travel an hour into that state, and then you have to be willing to travel in that state and actually build your command within that state. So um, be careful about it. Be sure, because once you get it, you really have to be able to do that, or not, you'll have to lose. And you can lose things if you don't do what you're supposed to do. You can lose it, especially those who have been given an opportunity like I'm giving you, that is an alternate. That we gave you we made the extension, or we extended this ability for you to have an adjoining state license when you don't even live in the state. That is like we made a courtesy call for you and an arrangement. But if you're not able to do the job, or we find that you're not able to do the job later, then we're going to just have to make a different arrangement. Okay, so that's it's qualified, and it's conditional. So that type of agreement will be conditional on your ability to do and actually make the state grow. Okay, if you're making the state grow, then that's fine, beautiful. That's all. That's all we. These are serious positions. They're not. These are gaming positions, but they're not for playing games. Remember, this is serious business. So you have to be willing and able to do this business seriously. Now, as I told you before, there's a 3 to 4 month waiting period. What you're going to pay today is only to freeze your license, is to secure it. You don't have to worry about the monthly payments till the website gets up and running. I already told you that it's 3 to 4 months away. So that you have 3 to 4 months that you'll be taking our training program, and you should be able to bring in and start activating clubs. Again, one club is 2,500 a month, and even if you don't, you only need in your club, let's say for the state admiralty, you only need nine, 99 people. No, I'm sorry. Let me just correct. I'm just thinking about, okay. You only need like 30 people or less, like 25, is it? Yeah, 25 people or so. My math is out of my head right now. For you to make your state monthly payments. So you don't have to wait for it to be 100. Not your crew. Your crew club, you'll be earning from that instantly. As long as you're filling it up, you'll be starting to earn income from that immediately. And in most cases, you should be able to make your payments, your monthly payments, when they begin from your crew memberships in the first place. And again, you still have 3 to 4 months. So let's say it takes us 4 to 5 months before, yeah, 3 to 4 months, 4 to 5, let's just say 4, for us to get your website up and going. That gives you 4 months where you can start earning profit just from the club membership alone. Okay, and this is your crew. Your first thing is your crew. So there you go. There you have it. So it doesn't take that much. You need to make that much. Again, with the 995 is this the Statel, you'll need about a little less, about 40, right? About 40 crew members. 3 to 4 months to build that up. If in the Citadel, the in 4 months you only need you need the like 40. Also, clearly, let me see something here. I'm just not doing the math quickly in my head enough, but that's like, it's only about 500 a month, so it's a fifth. So you need 20. Basically, you need 20 members, 20 crew members for your Citadel to be paid for your monthly payments. Okay, and then the zonal captain, all you need is 4. So you get 4 members of your crew together, and you don't have to worry about your monthly payment. So that's what I'm saying, that you have the 3 to 4 month period to really take care of your monthly payment, and that's just with your crew member. Okay, remember, you have the ability to get staff members. Staff members do not count for your crew member unless they want to go in to play the game with you and be part of your crew. Then that's different. But the staff members, you can make any one of these licenses can be paid by a staff member paying you a fee to be your staff member, and you can charge 1, 2, 3, 4 people an appropriate amount of money that covers your monthly fee. So you're looking here at 2 different ways that you can cover this fee easily, and you got 3 to 4 months to do it. So again, the payment you make today, which has 7 cents attached to it, it's either $995.07, you'll see here in the URL below, or it's $495.07 for the Citadel, or it's $95.07 for the zonal ships. That payment is only one payment today, and then you start building this business for 3 to 4 months without having to worry about any monthly payment. No monthly payment. It's not even a subscription. This is not even a trial period. After your website is ready to go, then you'll get a subscription payment link, and that's when you start making your payments. All this time you were making profit from 3 areas: from your staff member, which is like a partner for you here. You can charge them $200 a month. You can charge them $400 a month. Depending on if you're Statel, Citadel, whatever. They can make money from a lot of the things that you'll be making money from. So you make them a deal. Once you get into the training program, once you make your first payment, I'm going to give you training and show you exactly what you can charge and for what, and why they will pay that amount of money to be part of your staff. The same thing goes to the crew. To be in the crew, you'll be able to build a crew membership, which will pay for your monthly payment as well. Right? And then the third thing is having the clubs, because there's other clubs that you start building as well that will teach you. And that'll also pay for your monthly payments. So really, if you look at it, all you're dealing with out of pocket today is this initial payment. And you have 3 to 4 months to learn the training and to start building the other channels of income or venues of income that you'll be at least to make sure that you have this monthly payment taken care of. All right, so that's how that works. You got 3 months prep time with that. Okay, so that's it for now. We're done with this part of the program. We thank you for taking the time and looking at this and considering joining our SPACEPERIUM program. And again, like I said, the SPACEPERIUM program is just a core program right now. There's other games that we'll be working with and making money from in this program. This is a real gamer lifestyle program that you can make money from, earn an income while doing what you love. You can play games. The SPACEPERIUM game, by the way, while it's in R&D, players will be playing different types of games. There's some games that we will be utilizing for players to play in and accrue experience for the SPACEPERIUM program. So, you'll be playing games, you'll be playing with your friends, playing, with other folks, but you'll also be in business and you'll also be making money. So this is a great opportunity for you today. I'll put that screen up again and probably leave it there so we'll break with that and just have that as a reference point for you to see. Again, take down again the URL because that's the way you're going to make your payment right now. And to secure your website, you have to secure your license, secure your state, secure your citadel, or your zone. These are your options today, and just do it and get started on building a real business that's in a fun area. It's in gaming. You're just going to have fun. I mean, how many people do you know in your neighborhood that are gaming marketing consultants? I mean, just think about it. Have you ever met anyone like that? Anyone who is actually having businesses and turn them into games actually to help them with marketing and promoting and have a system of how to get their business out into different zones, into different cities, and expanding them across the United States and practically now around the world? Do you have anyone that do you know that does that? I'm sure you don't, because we're the only ones that can do that because of our unique system and our networking that we've been developing and creating and expanding throughout these many months, and we continue to do that. So, again, you have a unique opportunity, and this is the time to take advantage of it. It's the time to take some action and to make it happen for you. Okay, so again, there's only one, either Statel Admiral, Citadel General, or Zonal Captain. Today is your day to start a new life as a gaming master, a game master in our business network, and to be participant. Basically, another thing you have to understand, you'll be participating in this great game, SPACEPERIUM, in a significant way. I mean, SPACEPERIUM is, I've never heard of any game like it. And you'll be part of really making history here with the SPACEPERIUM game as an admiral, as a Statel Admiral, or a Citadel General. You guys are in the game, by the way. Didn't I mention that? No, I don't think so. You are permanent structures in this game, which is a different thing, right? There's another thing about this, because you will be who you are. Your ships are what they are. There can be only one Alabama ship. That's it. And you're the admiral to it. That's it. Simple. And like I said before, these are lifetime positions, lifetime, and they are transferable to your survivors. It's as simple as that with the whole business. This is a business deal. It's not just a game. It's not just playing a game. It is playing games. It is a game, but it's also a business that has survivorship benefits and real income, not just in-game billions. I don't think you'll make billions with us, but you can make a few $1,000,000 with these rendezvous. The Statel Commander, I see no reason why the Statel Admiral in Alabama will be making millions of dollars, in a year's time. I don't see no reason why you can't. And some of you zonals will make a big amount of money here, 6 figures. Is realistic. So, like I said, there can only be one. You need to take action. Do it for yourself and do it for your family. It's a family thing. You can get everyone involved. Here it is again. Just write it down now. Just write it down. You'll be glad you did. Write it down. Have it down there. Type it into your computers. Have that URL. Choose the one that you know you can do. The only hard one here is the Stattle. It's the big money maker, but it's also the hardest because you got to travel the state. You got to move around, and you got to make sure there's a citadel in every city. But outside of that, that is the big money maker. Again, if you got the money for it, and you can get around, you got a car, you can move around, then go for it. Just do it. The rest is getting staff members, partners, people to join you, people to become crew members with you, and then start forming your clubs. It's as simple as that. You start forming your clubs, you start making money. And that's as simple as that. It can't be any more simpler. And the others are in similar fashion. Okay? Thank you for watching, and until next time, take care. This is SPACEPERIUM, Imperial Leader. Yeah. I'm the big cheese. So guys, see ya. I'll see you in the game. I'll see you soon. Take care.
Welcome to SPACEPERIUM. We are back from our holodeck experience. The holodeck is preparing the recording, and that will soon be on display in the HUD, heads-up display in front of your screen right now when it becomes ready. So you enjoy those videos. Great information in those videos. And I think you'll enjoy that segment of the program today. Please hold on. For the holodeck, AI has already initiated the transfer of files, and soon we'll be seeing it on the screen in front of you.
All right, we're talking about SPACEPERIUM here on the holodeck. I've talked about a few topics. Right now, I'm going to talk about the book. That's right, we talked about that. For those who are playing early in SPACEPERIUM, you guys are the movie stars. You guys going to be in TV shows and in our movies. But something else is going on as well. What I want to talk about is the books that we're already started to develop. Right now, for those of you who are book writers out there who like sci-fi and you know you want to get started on a project, maybe get your name in a book, at least you started, you did something. I have something perfect for you, and that is that we have started our first book. We have put it up on Substack, I think the name is Substack.com, and then search for SPACEPERIUM there. And that first book is being community developed. It's an idea I had for a piece of software that I was developing. I say was, it's just I got so much things to do in SPACEPERIUM itself, so it's a lot of work. But I figured, listen, the main idea of that software was to make book writing easier. And one of the things that I had come up with was this concept of community authorship. A little bit like what editors do when books are edited from different sources. But I said, why different sources? But I said, why after the fact, why not create a book in, live from different sources, contributing live, in live stream, if you will, contributing to the storyline and developing it. So that's the idea, concept that I developed for one of my softwares that's still in development, but I wanted to get it started already for SPACEPERIUM, and we have put it up on Substack. And if you're into writing, if you ever thought about it would be nice I could write a story, and you're interested in sci-fi, you can join that. It's a way for you to support the work because there's a fee, and I make you a partner in the book. And what does that mean? It means that once the book is finalized and it's published, it will only be sold through everyone who participated. So you guys are the bookstore, not even Amazon. People won't be able to find it on Amazon. They'll only be able to find it through you. Now, you can put it on Amazon if you like, but that's you, right? But we're not going to be marketing it. You guys are going to be marketing it and profiting from it. So that's one of the benefits, among others. So head on over to Substack.com and search for SPACEPERIUM. It's our first book project there. There'll be others, because remember, we're going to be making movies and whatnot, and the books are one part of that. And so head on over there, sign up for that, and contribute. You never know, there's an opportunity. Everyone who participates will get a mention in the book. Those who win because of your style, your ability to develop well, and your contributions are very heavily used in any segment, any chapter of the book, you will be invited to write a whole chapter yourself in the book. So, and again, the chapters will carry the author's name. You'll get also in the authors section of the book, those who contributed, larger, your name will be in large type. Also listed where you contributed throughout the book, and also the chapter that you wrote for this story, for this book. So, and you get some other perks as well, including participation in the playwright, I think it's called it, right? Do they call it like that? Well, you know, writing the manuscript also for the movies that will be coming up. So that is the opportunity we have right now for you guys out there who are beginner writers or dreaming of writing your own books, or have a desire to see your name on a book or inside. This is your chance. So anyone can participate, because you know, you'd be surprised where certain ideas come from. All you have to have is you start reading the story, how it's developing, and you just contribute. Could be an idea that you come up with that maybe we'll go with, you know, that's a contribution. That could be a major contribution there, and you're going to get compensated for your contributions. All right, so get moving. SPACEPERIUM, where else are you finding stuff like this? Well, who else is doing anything like this? Come on, SPACEPERIUM. It's more than just LARPing, folks. This is it. This is the game of the century. Okay, the next video is about Star Trek, actually. We talked about a little bit about the LARPing phase, and this is a space game. There's a space Trek LARP around, and I just wanted to address maybe a simple question like, why SPACEPERIUM? Why not just Star Trek LARP? My answer to that is, what's wrong with having another sci-fi, space-centered or themed LARP? That's the first answer to that. The second, I think, is more to the point, and that is that this is not your regular LARP. This, one of the, and I forget the name, I'm sorry, it's been a while since I did that video. One of the well-known philosophers, game philosophers, spoke about LARPing, the future of LARPing, and mentions that I submit to you that SPACEPERIUM is that LARP. It's a LARP that, even though there are conceptual similarities to Star Trek, I mean, if you go out into space, anything is the same as Star Trek, right? It is just simply going out into space. I mean, how many things can be different than Star Trek, right? You're going out, what you see out the window? Stars. I mean, did we have to copy Star Trek? I mean, it's like ridiculous. Not that anyone's made that comment, but I can just see it. So some people would say, why are you copying off Star Trek? I said, how do you copy off traveling from one planet to another or through the universe? Duh! I mean, so it's not a copy of Star Trek, but there's going to be similarities. A lot of similarities. Star Trek, we're not putting Star Trek down at all. I love Star Trek. I'm a Star Trek aficionado, right? So I honor Star Trek and Roddenberry, I think that was the name. I'm sorry if I messed that name up, but and all this greatness of Star Trek. We're not trying to compete at all with Star Trek. We're a separate thing. Our storyline is different than Star Trek is, although, again, like everything else, there's going to be some similarities, but there is great disparity between SPACEPERIUM and Star Trek. There are some crossovers in certain storylines that we have in SPACEPERIUM. It wasn't intentional. It just made sense in my head, putting the storylines together and tying it in, because what the issue with that was, it wasn't any attempt to copy Star Trek or to make it familiar with Star Trek. Really what happened was I was trying to make it familiar for people, not because of Star Trek, but because of life experience here on Earth. So SPACEPERIUM uses life experiences, history basically, on the Earth to find some routine for SPACEPERIUM. And in doing so, there were certain storylines that Star Trek in the series and later in the movies, there's certain concepts in one or two of the movies that we found crossed into, or that was overlapping into SPACEPERIUM's focus on making connections with human life and our history here on the Earth with our future in space. So only to that degree, and I'm sure that the writers of Star Trek also were looking for connections, you know, make their episodes interesting, more engaging for the audience. And the same thing with the movies. They were looking for ways to make it more movie to strike home, if you will. And so that's what happened. And we found the same thing happening with certain storylines. There's another storyline, though, that, yeah, there is one slight crossover with Star Trek. Very small one, though, in one of the episodes. Very slight, but you'll see, you'll love how we have developed our storyline. And you'll see that little crossover, just slight touch, where they cross over a bit, but totally different. Totally different, and I know you guys, when you see it, when you start engaging with that in the game, you're going to flip. It's going to really flip you. But other than that, you know, things are going to happen. I forget which other. There seem to be. Also, some other crossovers, even with that story, there's certain connectivity with, but I'm not sure if it was Star Trek. There could have been some in Star Trek, and I think some other sci-fi stuff out there. Absolutely, at least 3, if not more, different movies here or there, or series here or there, where they have some similar theme or concept that they explore in those productions. And also, we cross into those areas as well. Very, again, unavoidable. It's just unavoidable. So, but it's not that we went out and copied. It's just simply developing a storyline. And when you see the whole thing about SPACEPERIUM, you will then understand it's the absolute proof. I mean, if somebody wanted, you need, proof that this is original to you, that this concept was derived from the imperatives of your original concept of SPACEPERIUM. I can show that. I can show it beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's not a concern to me, because I can prove that where my storyline crosses over, it is totally reasonable and based on something totally different than the game itself in terms of the space concept, but yet an integral part of the game, gameplay and whatnot. So I have no problem with that. I know for sure that that is provable beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, and then why are we better as a LARP?
to play. Like again, it's more, we're more technologically advanced. I don't know what they're doing. Have I played Star Trek a lot? No. Honestly, no. If it's, I have to though make a general judgment based on what I see all the other LARPs doing, and I can tell you that we're technologically superior. We are technologically superior, and like I said, I don't mean, it's not an issue for you to choose one over the other. No, do both. I will. You know what I thought of the other day? It would be really nice if we can get some Star Trek LARPs versus SPACEPERIUM LARPs. I would love that. To look nice. Okay, that will look nice. And I know that the Star Trek LARPers are going to love what I have for SPACEPERIUM LARPers. You guys have not LARPed Star Trek until you have come and had a battle against SPACEPERIUM LARPers, okay? And again, you think about a battle, but it's not just a battle, it's the experience. All right. Like I said, I think the SPACEPERIUM project will actually help and bolster the Star Trek LARPs out there and people interested in Star Trek LARP. I have no doubt about that. I don't have a problem at all. Again, SPACEPERIUM is a completely different animal in terms of this LARPing experience and its overall game program. Totally different. So, if you're into sci-fi LARPing, and there's other sci-fi LARPs out there, but you listen to what I'm saying. We're showing you Star Trek LARP, talking about it because the SPACEPERIUM LARP is more real than the Star Trek LARP. That's basically my goal with it. So we're using devices, and I'm pretty sure I read someplace that some of these sci-fi LARPs are using some of their devices. We're using devices, so we're technologically up to date on that. And we are also planning battle areas and mission areas for LARPing. Very seriously, these are going to be places where you go and experience SPACEPERIUM. Okay? And SPACEPERIUM is creating videos and movies right with you guys. You guys are the stars. I don't hear any Star Trek LARP because of the nature of LARPing. Basically, small groups here and there doing it, right? But we're connected with a movie house, if you will, and we're producing. We got channels. We are starting to produce programming, and SPACEPERIUM is one of those programs. And we're making shows and movies, and you guys are the stars and actors. I said you were going to make real money. Did I forget to mention that? So again, this is an experience that's going to be very different than most of the LARPs you guys have been involved with. So I guess that's all I can remember to say now. The only other thing that comes to mind, there's a lot of other stuff, but walking and sweating and going out of breath, so it gets difficult. But the one thing that comes to mind now is the clothing, because I know a lot of you LARPers out there, you like to make your clothes, do this, and armor and stuff like that for the medieval stuff. In SPACEPERIUM, I don't know what they do in Star Trek, but SPACEPERIUM, we have our uniforms. So there is an official uniform. There's no making your own garb. There's uniforms that distinguish the ship crews from each other. I mean, they look similar, but they have, you know, identifying marks and, let's say, badges. Like, pretty much like Boy Scouts or military, where you know this one's from this ship, and you can see on the shoulder, the other one belongs to so-and-so ship. So we have those differentiations in standard uniforms. Our uniforms are not heavy or like military uniforms. They're actually, for most of the crew members, just t-shirts. It's t-shirts. It's a colored pant. It doesn't have to be a particular pants. We're looking into producing a particular pant for crew members, but right now, as long as it's one color and the t-shirt is where the identifying marks are at, there are some add-ons that you add on to it for different rankings and things like that. But basically, so it's very lightweight, it's versatile, and of course we'll have a jacket for those colder areas and colder season times. One moment, I don't want you taking that from any place. All right? Don't bring that from another place. That was there? All right, but usually you shouldn't be playing it in the curb. Go ahead. All right, so my kids taking advantage of the resources around. They're very resourceful. They found some sand. It looks like it was dropped by a truck. Again, they're doing construction around here. So the AI is fantastic, man. They just every little detail. So it gave something for these kids to play with. Can you see that? Can you imagine that? It's just, this AI is incredible. My goodness. Anyway, so yeah, so talking about the clothing again. We don't have to worry about that. Just a t-shirt, order t-shirt from crew member. And as you gain ranking awards and whatnot, you just stick them on. We use a stick-on system. You stick it on in the proper location, and when you wear that when you go to the meetups, once the COVID thing is over with, you can meet up and be in uniform. And of course, the higher ranking you go, there's no t-shirt involved, right? You're gonna get into a uniform for the captains, generals, and admirals. You guys gonna have a uniform. You're gonna have a shirt. At minimum, a shirt with tie, or just an open shirt on top, but at least be in a uniform. We'll look into that, and then possibly a cap, and then you'll have a formal uniform when we have our formal gatherings. So you'll be in full regalia. That's going to be it. You know, you guys are top dog there. So, and you're making the money. So it's not, I'm going to have to spend money again. No, you have money, baby. Yeah, well, this is SPACEPERIUM. This ain't no. You're going to be rolling in dough. So don't worry about that. But you're going to look the part, right? That's it. So this is it's an exciting game because it mixes real life with video games. And you'll hear more about that in my future videos. Let's keep this short and sweet. Have a good one, and let's see what the next thing is going to be. All right, we've been walking just a little bit, just to start out some steam here. We're on the holodeck of the SPACEPERIUM game, and the topic today I'm going to talk about is the LARP phase of the game. The game is going through, it's a multimodal game genre meaning that I'm not developing the game just in one game type. I'm actually developing the game through the different game modes or game genres, and using the game genres as support, almost like scaffolding if you know education, or just the concept of scaffolding in construction is building up level by level as you're constructing a building. So as the scaffolds go up and up, the building follows along, because you're giving the outside support structure for the workers to actually be able to assist, and the cranes actually go up on the scaffolding to the higher levels to lay down more and more flooring, right? More floor structure. So in that same sense, we are building up SPACEPERIUM using the various game modes and developing within each mode. What happens at the end? What's the end game here? The end game here is a video game, full-fledged video game. That's the penthouse at the top. But that's not the only thing that SPACEPERIUM will have. It will have had fully developed the other game modes along the way. So at the end, we have a full edifice, if you will, involving all the game modes and capping it on top with the video game. Now each level has different capacity for players. The first level being the LARPing phase, which is the live action part. And it's mixed. It's a mixed level because it does incorporate the video aspects of the video game, because the video game is being developed. Then certain aspects, the video aspect, is actually now playable, but it's only playable in a developmental stage, and to that degree, and mostly by game masters and a limited crew. The crews are limited to 100 per ship, and the ships are geo-based. They're tied to geolocations, and then 100 per ship. So even though a 100-member crew is generous, it is very limiting given sizes of certain cities, of many cities. So that being said, let's go into the LARP phase now. So we know there's limited participation. So you shouldn't spend the time looking at the project, because you're not going to get any benefit looking. What you have to do is participate. And once the 100 slots are full, you're out. There's not going to be any opportunities outside of the ones that I'm going to talk about in this video right now. So you have a very firm 100 in the ship. Now, the future of the ship crew is the following. There is a military phase that will be added once most of these ships are populated. That military phase opens up 100 crew member again. But what happens is that the first people who get a shot at those military slots are, you guessed it, the 100 crew members that have already signed up to their local citadel. So this creates an opportunity only at that time for the possibility, and I'll explain that, of someone who waited to be able to join SPACEPERIUM then. But the first issue is this. The military phase, which also has a LARP involved with it, the military phase is first open to existing crew members. And in many cases, those 100 slots, many of them, will be taken by those crew members, leaving maybe a handful of openings in the military division for each ship. So, but the problem with that is this, is that each crew member that elects to join the military branch, they are themselves, part of the requirement to become the military branch is they have to seat their replacement. In other words, for them to qualify, the first qualification, or at least one of the first requirements, is that they have a candidate for their seat in the regular cruise ship. So that means that basically it's almost locked in, because as the military division begins to announce that it's going to open, the crew members interested in becoming military division personnel, they're going to lock in who's going to replace them. So again, the situation is going to be that if you're sitting around just looking at my videos and, oh man, this sounds like an interesting game, I'm going to keep watching it, checking it out, you're just wasting your time. Okay? Because once you finally say, yeah, I want to try this game out, you won't be able to. It's just simple as that. Okay? So that's why you got to move on this. Right now, really, the game is really being fashioned and molded by people who come in and play it and participate. So, what are you waiting for? To see what? If there's something that you would like to see that would make you want to do something like this, then join and participate and make it happen. As simple as that. So, that's the first thing. I think the good thing about this is that you're making it what you want it to be, what you would like to play. And this is the main focus of SPACEPERIUM, because that's the reason I made it. I developed this game, I conceived it, because there was really no game out there that really interested me. I find that all the games, okay, they have good graphics, some of them, and some of them engaging gameplay. All of them time wasters. And then time for me is money. So that's another thing about playing games that I always had. What do you call that? I always had quarrels about. And that was for the time people spend on playing games, they could be making money. I'm an entrepreneur. Every moment is precious, and money's not too hard, not too easy a thing to come by, when you're trying to make it on your own, instead of depending on an employer. It's difficult. So to spend all that time and get some type of fake coin is ridiculous. And then they want you to pay money, real money that's hard earned, if you do earn your money, on fake stuff. To me, it's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I just look at stuff like that and I say, that's a ridiculous waste of time and even more waste of money. So I created SPACEPERIUM as a way for me to play a game and make money. Play a game here, and I'm exercising, and I'm getting fit, and I'm developing a game. I'm playing a game, and I'm creating income stream and making money and playing a game. See that? And that's why I made SPACEPERIUM. The one thing that SPACEPERIUM represents for you guys, outside of the money, because I know some of you out there are stoics. We're not interested in money. We just like a good game. Well, the good thing about SPACEPERIUM is it's up to you. You can make it the greatest game ever that you've ever played. Just come in and participate. Make it work for you. The main focus that you should have is becoming a game master. Just my little 2 cents worth. It's more than 2 cents. But the game master in the game is the one who's really central and key in terms of income creation. So if you're looking for something to spend your time with and help fashion, and gives you support for your bottom line financially, then becoming the game master is what you want to do. It's really what you want to do. Players do make income. Okay? They don't make as much as the game master does. And there's 3 levels of game mastership, by the way. You have the zonal commander. You have the citadel commander. He's a general. The zonal commanders are captains. Captain level. The generals are the citadel commanders. And the admiral level are the statal commanders. They have the statal ships, of course, and they represent the state for your geo-based. Remember, the game, everything is geo-based. Everything in the game is geo-based. So, yes, the answer to that question, do I have to live then or be recruited to the ship of my local residents? And the answer to that is yes, mainly. But remember that even doesn't mean you have to be in your zonal ship. You can be in the citadel ship and not the zonal ship. And vice versa. You can be in the zonal ship and not be in the citadel ship. So at least for most people, and you can be in the statal ship. Again, there's only 100 statewide. And that's really up to the statal admiral, the game master who takes the statal ship in their state to determine, because he'll really want to assign who his statal crew is going to be, because the statal admiral who's really smart, he's going to want to get crew members from across a spectrum of members from across the state. And he's also going to want to have more members in areas of heavier populations. Okay? And that's only to help the statal admiral organize the statal things, the things that pertain statewide, the statewide events, gatherings, meetups, stuff like that, that the Stattle Admiral has to be responsible for. And the smartest thing for the Admiral to do is to recruit his crew members from across the state and make sure that they are proportional to the in favor of the heavier population, because you're going to have more citadel ships, you're going to have more zonal ships in those areas. There's a lot of people to run and manage over, and you only have one or none or no crew member to assist you. And so it's not recommended. Plus, the admiral who takes the person who takes the admiral position there, game master, Stattle ship, has to basically travel across the state. Obviously, they're the ones making most money. Easily 6 figures. Easily 6 figures. If you're a Stattle commander, you're not making 6 figures, you're not doing anything. You really should be in the 6-figure range as an admiral. As long as you do what you're supposed to do, that's not an issue. Okay? So, and again, everything holds true. What I said before about the military branch with the crew members. And that's the other thing, that you don't want the Stattle crew members to, so to speak, defect and become military division. That's another reason that the Admiralty, the Admiral of the Stattle ship, should choose their Stattle ship crew, because the Admiral will want them to stay put. They're the ones that need to stay put and toe the line and not shake the Admiral's ship too much by transfers into the military. Okay, so we'll be talking more about that later on. I think it's too much for the Admiral to recruit people in that'll want to do the military. So basically, that's the only difference in choosing to be the Admiral position in the state. Your ship really has to be more administrative, and your recruiting staff that are more administrative mostly, and who are going to stay put as game players on your ship, and do the reverse. They will be the ones to actually recruit for the military division. All right, and there may be further developments in the future. It may become a thing for the Stattle ship crew members, meaning that it may become an income source for them to recruit military division members. That may become a thing, but not right now. But it could become one, as a compensation, of course, for those who they can't join the military in that sense, and at least they can have a part in, they can become recruiters. Simply, that'll be their income stream. But everybody who plays SPACEPERIUM in these early stages, the 100 crew members, and then the military branch members, those two branches of game players are money earners. They are producing income. They will be creating income for themselves. And when I say income, I'm talking change. I'm talking about income. We're talking about paying the rent here. maintaining your family. So I'm talking about real income, not fake income, not fake money, real. Okay, but again, because it's real, it's very limited. It's another reason for the limitation, because we have to keep things real, make them viable financially speaking, and so that means just a few people can participate, and we have it pretty much good for 100 in each location. Okay, there's a lot of other things. There's a lot of, in terms of money making and business things, there's a lot of other things involved in SPACEPERIUM, depending at what level you are engaging SPACEPERIUM. We have and we'll be making more and more videos explaining that, especially to the players once you get in. But it's simply, what I'm trying to transmit is that money will not be a problem when you're playing SPACEPERIUM. Okay, SPACEPERIUM doesn't exist to create fake coins and fake accumulations of doubloons. You make you filthy rich in a game, but you're poor as heck in real life. That's not what SPACEPERIUM is about, not at these levels. So you can forget that, that's over with. I killed that monkey a long time ago for me. And you can do the same for yourself. All right, so that's the first thing I wanted to talk about as I continue my exercise routine here. I'm a little slow right here because, again, I'm trying to breathe and trying to talk. So that's okay. I'm killing two birds with one stone today, and it's an easier day that the AI has prepared for me, knowing that I was going to be straining myself and making videos. So instead of giving me that pounding Florida sun that it usually does, it has given me a overcast, slightly overcast. There's a section there that you can see the light and a lot of clouds in the sky. Either case, but we have some dark clouds over here. Very cool and refreshing breeze. You just gotta love this AI. Perfect, just perfect. I'll be making a next video on another subject, because of course I thought about it, then I started talking about the weather, and it popped out of my head. So give me a moment, and I'll make another one for you. Well, welcome all. We just went out onto the holodeck, as you can see. It's a day out. We got a nice little community that we come out into. And I took the kids with me, so they're out here with us. And it's like being back home, man. How can you be in space and live so long and you don't have the feelings of being home and, being on Earth? And so we've fixed that issue at SPACEPERIUM by developing the holodeck so that we're always home. We just have to go to the holodeck and we feel the wind, breathe the air, get that earth air, it smells like a little, like humidity, some little hint of green grass, the smell. And then we have cars and things, and moving cars as well here, and they pass by you, and you smell even the emissions, man. You would sure think you're really actually on the Earth again. It's amazing. So I'll be doing a series of videos. I walk faster than this, but since I'm holding the cam and thinking what we're going to talk about. So I'm going to do it slower today. I'll spend more time out than usual, but I'm not going to be pushing like I do regularly because I have to compete for breathing with the speaking. You see that? So that's what we're going to be doing. So I'll join you in a little bit when I get to where we're going. Take care. There's actually other people here too. You think they were real people? This is a spot that I like to come around and to walk around. It's almost like a center. I call it the center of my universe here. And it's just a nice circular thing here, circular feature. And I like to just walk around it. You see the way the holodeck depicts real life and nature. I mean, and right now you're feeling the breeze, I am, and it's just wonderful. There's even construction in the background there. You hear hammering, you may see some construction workers there. So, it's totally lifelike. I mean, gee, you would never think you were actually on a holodeck. There's no reason, right here, I'm on Earth. As far as anyone can say, and I can say, this is Earth. This is simply Earth, and I'm working on the Earth. That's it. There's no way to tell any difference here. None at all. These are the kids. There's a car coming down. Amazing. This is just the AI at work here. It's just amazing. An actual car coming down. Probably here. I've smelled the whatever, gas or oil, fume, whatever. Just simple, man. It's amazing stuff. All right. Let me get into a little walking here, and then I'll talk about a few of the SPACEPERIUM things. All right, we're talking about SPACEPERIUM here on the holodeck. I've talked about a few topics. Right now, I'm going to talk about the book. That's right. We talked about that. Those who are playing early in SPACEPERIUM, you guys are the movie stars. You guys going to be in TV shows and movies. But something else is going on as well. What I want to talk about is the book that we're already started to develop. Right now, for those of you who are book writers out there who like sci-fi and you want to get started on a project, maybe get your name in a book, at least you started, you did something. I have something perfect for you. And that is that we have started our first book. We have put it up on Substack, I think the name is, substack.com, and then search for SPACEPERIUM there. And that first book is being community developed. It's an idea I had for a piece of software that I was developing. I say was, it's just I got so much things to do in SPACEPERIUM itself, so it's a lot of work. But I figured, listen, the main idea of that software was to make book writing easier. And one of the things that I had come up with was this concept of community authorship. A little bit like what editors do when books are edited from different sources. But I said, why after the fact, why not create a book in, live from different sources, contributing live, in live stream, if you will, contributing to the storyline and developing it. So that's the idea, concept that I developed for one of my softwares that's still in development. but I wanted to get it started already for SPACEPERIUM, and we have put it up on Substack. And if you're into writing, have you ever thought about it would be nice I could write a story, and you're interested in sci-fi, you can join that. It's a way for you to support the work because there's a fee, and I make you a partner in the book. And what does that mean? It means that once the book is finalized and it's published, it will only be sold through everyone who participated. So you guys are the bookstore, not even Amazon. People won't be able to find it on Amazon. They'll only be able to find it through you. Now, you can put it on Amazon if you like, but that's you, right? But we're not going to be marketing it. You guys are going to be marketing it and profiting from it. So that's one of the benefits, among others. So head on over to Substack.com and search for SPACEPERIUM. It's our first book project there. There'll be others, because remember, we're going to be making movies and whatnot, and the books are one part of that. And so head on over there, sign up for that, and contribute. You never know, there's an opportunity. Everyone who participates will get a mention in the book. Those who win because of your style, your ability to develop well, and your contributions are very heavily used in any segment, any chapter of the book, you will be invited to write a whole chapter yourself in the book. So, and again, the chapters will carry the author's name. You'll get also in the authors section of the book, those who contributed larger, your name will be in large type. Also listed where you contributed throughout the book, and also the chapter that you wrote for this story, for this book. So, and you get some other perks as well, including participation in the playwright, I think it's called it, right? They call it like that? Well, writing the manuscript also for the movies that will be coming up. So that is the opportunity we have right now for you guys out there who are beginner writers or dreaming of writing your own books, or have a desire to see your name on a book or inside. This is your chance. So anyone can participate, because you'd be surprised where certain ideas come from. All you have to have is you start reading the story, how it's developing, and you just contribute. Could be an idea that you come up with that maybe we'll go with. That's a contribution. That could be a major contribution there, and you're going to get compensated for your contributions. All right, so get moving. SPACEPERIUM. Where else are you finding stuff like this? Well, who else is doing anything like this? Come on, SPACEPERIUM. It's more than just LARPing, folks. This is it. This is the game of the century. Okay, next video is about Star Trek, actually. We talked about a little bit about the LARPing phase, and this is a space game. There's a Space Trek LARP around, and I just wanted to address maybe a simple question like, why SPACEPERIUM? Why not just Star Trek LARP? My answer to that is, what's wrong with having another sci-fi space-centered or themed LARP? That's the first answer to that. The second, I think, is more to the point, and that is that this is not your regular LARP. this one of the, and I forget the name, I'm sorry, it's been a while since I did that video. One of the well-known philosophers, game philosophers, spoke about LARPing, the future of LARPing, and mentions that he feels that there's a need, or that there soon will develop a new kind of LARPing that will reignite a massive interest worldwide into LARPing, and even grow and really become significant in the United States. Because as you all know, LARPing is popular in other countries, but not so much in the US, hasn't caught on. So simply, I submit to you that SPACEPERIUM is that LARP. It's a LARP that, even though there are conceptual similarities to Star Trek, I mean, if you go out into space, anything is the same as Star Trek, right? It is simply going out into space. I mean, how many things can be different than Star Trek, right? You're going out, what you see out the window? Stars. I mean, did we have to copy Star Trek? I mean, it's like ridiculous. Not that anyone's made that comment, but I can just see it. So some people will say, why are you copying off of Star Trek? I said, how do you copy off traveling from one planet to another or through the universe? Duh. I mean, so it's not a copy of Star Trek, but there's going to be similarities. A lot of similarities. Star Trek, we're not putting Star Trek down at all. I love Star Trek. I'm a Star Trek aficionado, right? So I honor Star Trek and Roddenberry, I think that was the name. I'm sorry if I messed that name up, but and all this greatness of Star Trek. We're not trying to compete at all with Star Trek. We're a separate thing. Our storyline is different than Star Trek is, although, again, like everything else, there's going to be some similarities, but there is great disparity between SPACEPERIUM and Star Trek. There are some crossovers in certain storylines that we have in SPACEPERIUM. It wasn't intentional. It just made sense in my head, putting the storylines together and tying it in, because what the issue with that was, it wasn't any attempt to copy Star Trek or to make it familiar with Star Trek. Really what happened was I was trying to make it familiar for people, not because of Star Trek, but because of life experience here on Earth. So SPACEPERIUM uses life experiences, history basically, on the Earth to find some routine for SPACEPERIUM. And in doing so, there were certain storylines that Star Trek in the series and later in the movies, there's certain concepts in one or two of the movies that we found crossed into, or that was overlapping into SPACEPERIUM's focus on making connections with human life and our history here on the Earth with our future in space. So only to that degree, I'm sure that the writers of Star Trek also were looking for connections, make their episodes interesting, more engaging for the audience. And the same thing with the movies. They were looking for ways to make it more movie to strike home, if you will. And so that's what happened. And we found the same thing happening with certain storylines. There's another storyline though that, yeah, there is one slight crossover with Star Trek. Very small one though in one of the episodes. Very slight, but you'll see, you'll love how we have developed our storyline, and you'll see that little crossover, just slight touch where they cross over a bit, but totally different. And I know you guys, when you see it, when you start engaging with that in the game, you're going to flip. It's going to really flip you. But other than that, things are going to happen. I forget which other. There seem to be also some other crossovers. Even with that story, there's certain connectivity with, but I'm not sure if it was Star Trek. There could have been some in Star Trek, and I think some other sci-fi stuff out there. Absolutely, at least 3, if not more, different movies here or there, or series here or there, where they have some similar theme or concept that they explore in those productions. And also, we cross into those areas as well. Very, again, unavoidable. It's just unavoidable. So, but it's not that we went out and copied. It's just simply developing a storyline, and when you see the whole thing about SPACEPERIUM, you will then understand. It's the absolute proof. I mean, if somebody wanted, you need, proof that this is original to you, that this concept was derived from the imperatives of your original concept of SPACEPERIUM. I can show that. I can show it beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's not a concern to me. I can prove that where my storyline crosses over, it is totally reasonable and based on something totally different than the game itself in terms of the space concept, but yet an integral part of the game, gameplay and whatnot. So I have no problem with that. I know for sure that that is provable beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, and then why are we better as a LARP to play? Like again, it's more, we're more technologically advanced. I don't know what they're doing. Have I played Star Trek LARP? No. Honestly, no. I have to, though, make a general judgment based on what I see all the other LARPs doing, and I can tell you that we're technologically superior. We are technologically superior, and like I said, I don't mean, it's not an issue for you to choose one over the other. No, do both. I would, you know what I thought of the other day? It would be really nice if we can get some Star Trek LARPs versus SPACEPERIUM LARPs. I would love that. It looks nice. Okay, that will look nice. And I know that the Star Trek LARPers are going to love what I have for SPACEPERIUM LARPers. You guys have not LARPed Star Trek until you have come and had a battle against SPACEPERIUM LARPers, okay? And again, you think about a battle, but it's not just a battle, it's the experience. All right. Like I said, I think the SPACEPERIUM project will actually help and bolster the Star Trek LARPs out there and people interested in Star Trek LARP. I have no doubt about that. I don't have a problem at all. Again, SPACEPERIUM is a completely different animal in terms of this LARPing experience and its overall game program. Totally different. So, if you're into sci-fi LARPing, and there's other sci-fi LARPs out there, but you listen to what I'm saying. You know, we're showing you Star Trek LARP, talking about it because the SPACEPERIUM LARP is more real than the Star Trek LARP. That's basically my goal with it. So we're using devices, and I'm pretty sure I read someplace that some of these sci-fi LARPs are using some of their devices. We're using devices, so we're technologically up to date on that. And we are also planning battle areas and mission areas for LARPing. Very seriously, these are going to be places where you go and experience SPACEPERIUM. Okay? And SPACEPERIUM is creating videos and movies right with you guys. You guys are the stars. I don't hear any Star Trek LARP because of the nature of LARPing. It's basically small groups here and there doing it, right? But we're connected with a movie house, if you will, and we're producing. We got channels. We are starting to produce programming, and SPACEPERIUM is one of those programs. And we're making shows and movies, and you guys are the stars and actors. I said you were going to make real money. Did I forget to mention that? So again, this is an experience that's going to be very different than most of the LARPs you guys have been involved with. So I guess that's all I can remember to say now. The only other thing that comes to mind, there's a lot of other stuff, but walking and sweating and going out of breath, so it gets difficult. But the one thing that comes to mind now is the clothing, because I know a lot of you LARPers out there, you like to make your clothes, do this, and armor and stuff like that for the medieval stuff. In SPACEPERIUM, I don't know what they do in Star Trek, but SPACEPERIUM, we have our uniforms. So there is an official uniform. There's no making your own garb. There's uniforms that distinguish the ship crews from each other. I mean, they look similar, but they have, identifying marks and, let's say, badges. Like, pretty much like Boy Scouts or military, where you know this one's from this ship, and you can see on the shoulder, the other one belongs to so-and-so ship. So we have those differentiations in standard uniforms. Our uniforms are not heavy or like military uniforms. They're actually, for most of the crew members, just t-shirts. It's t-shirts. It's a colored pant. It doesn't have to be a particular pants. We're looking into producing a particular pant for crew members, but right now, as long as it's one color, and the t-shirt is where the identifying marks are at. And there are some add-ons that you add on to it for different rankings and things like that. But basically, so it's very lightweight, it's versatile, and of course we'll have a jacket for those colder areas and colder season times. One moment, I don't want you taking that from any place. All right? Don't bring that from another place. That was there? All right, but usually you shouldn't be playing in the curb, right? Go ahead. All right, so my kids taking advantage of the resources around there. Very resourceful. They found some sand. It looks like it was dropped by a truck. Again, they're doing construction around here. So the AI is fantastic, man. They just every little detail. So it gave something for these kids to play with. Can you see that? Can you imagine that? It's just, this AI is incredible. My goodness. Anyway, so yeah, so talking about the clothing again. We don't have to worry about that. Just a t-shirt, order a t-shirt, become a crew member, and as you gain ranking awards and whatnot, you just stick them on. We use a stick-on system. You stick it on in the proper location, and when you wear that when you go to the meetups, once the COVID thing is over with, you can meet up and be in uniform. And of course, the higher ranking you go, there's no t-shirt involved, right? You're gonna get into a uniform for the captains, generals, and admirals. You guys gonna have a uniform. You're gonna have a shirt, at minimum a shirt with tie, or just an open shirt on top, but at least be in a uniform. We'll look into that. And then possibly a cap, and then you'll have a formal uniform when we have our formal gatherings. So you'll be in full regalia. That's going to be it. You know, you guys are top dog there. So, and you're making the money. So it's not, I don't have to spend money again. No, you'll have money, baby. Yo, this is SPACEPERIUM. This ain't no. You're going to be rolling in dough. So don't worry about that. But you're gonna look the part, right? That's it. So this is it's an exciting game because it mixes real life with video games, and you'll hear more about that in my future videos. Let's keep this short and sweet. Have a good one, and let's see what the next thing is going to be. All right, we've been walking just a little bit, just to start up some steam here. We're on the holodeck of the SPACEPERIUM game, and the topic today I'm going to talk about is the LARP phase of the game. The game is going through, it's a multimodal game genre, meaning that I'm not developing the game just in one game type. I'm actually developing the game through the different game modes or game genres, and using the game genres as support, almost like scaffolding if you know education, or just the concept of scaffolding and construction is building up level by level as you're constructing a building. So as the scaffolds go up and up, the building follows along, because you're giving the outside support structure for the workers to actually be able to assist, and the cranes actually go up on the scaffolding to the higher levels to lay down more and more flooring, right? More floor structure. So in that same sense, we are building up SPACEPERIUM using the various game modes and developing within each mode. What happens at the end? What's the end game here? The end game here is a video game, full-fledged video game. That's the penthouse at the top. But that's not the only thing that SPACEPERIUM will have. It will have had fully developed the other game modes along the way. So at the end, we have a full edifice, if you will, involving all the game modes and capping it on top with the video game. Now, each level has different capacity for players. The first level being the LARPing phase, which is the live action part. And it's mixed. It's a mixed level because it does incorporate the video, the aspects of the video game, because the video game is being developed. Then certain aspects, the video aspect, is actually now playable, but it's only playable in a developmental stage and to that degree, and mostly by game masters and a limited crew. The crews are limited to 100 per ship, and the ships are geo-based. They're tied to geolocations, and then 100 per ship. So even though a 100-member crew is generous, it is very limiting given sizes of certain cities, of many cities. So that being said, let's go into the LARP phase now. So we know there's limited participation. So you shouldn't spend the time looking at the project because you're not going to get any benefit looking. What you have to do is participate. And once the 100 slots are full, you're out. There's not going to be any opportunities outside of the ones that I'm going to talk about in this video right now. So you have a very firm 100 in the ship. Now, the future of the ship crew is the following. There is a military phase that will be added once most of these ships are populated. That military phase opens up 100 crew member again. But what happens is that the first people who get a shot at those military slots are, you guessed it, the 100 crew members that have already signed up to their local citadel. So this creates an opportunity only at that time for the possibility, and I'll explain that, of someone who waited to be able to join SPACEPERIUM then. But the first issue is this. The military phase, which also has a LARP involved with it, the military phase is first open to existing crew members. And in many cases, those 100 slots, many of them, will be taken by those crew members, leaving maybe a handful of openings in the military division for each ship. So, but the problem with that is this, is that each crew member that elects to join the military branch, they are themselves, part of the requirement to become the military branch is they have to seat their replacement. In other words, for them to qualify, the first qualification, or at least one of the first requirements, is that they have a candidate for their seat in the regular cruise ship. So that means that basically it's almost locked in, because as the military division begins to announce that it's going to open, the crew members interested in becoming military division personnel, they're going to lock in who's going to replace them. So again, the situation is going to be that if you're sitting around just looking at my videos and, oh man, this sounds like an interesting game, I'm going to keep watching it, checking it out, you're just wasting your time. Okay? Because once you finally say, yeah, I want to try this game out, you won't be able to. It's just simple as that. Okay, so that's why you gotta move on this. Right now, really, the game is really being fashioned and molded by people who come in and play it and participate. So, what are you waiting for? To see what? If there's something that you would like to see that would make you want to do something like this, then join and participate and make it happen. As simple as that. So, that's the first thing. I think the good thing about this is that you're making it what you want it to be, what you would like to play. And this is the main focus of SPACEPERIUM, because that's the reason I made it. I developed this game, I conceived it, because there was really no game out there that really interested me. I find that all the games, okay, they have good graphics, some of them, and some of them in engaging gameplay. All of them time wasters. And then time for me is money. So that's another thing about playing games that I always had. What do you call that? I always had quarrels about. And that was for the time people spend on playing games, they could be making money. I'm an entrepreneur. Every moment is precious, and money's not too hard, not too easy a thing to come by, when you're trying to make it on your own, instead of depending on an employer. It's difficult. So to spend all that time and get some type of fake coin, it's ridiculous. And then they want you to pay money, real money that's hard earned, if you do earn your money, on fake stuff. To me, it's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I just look at stuff like that and I say, that's a ridiculous waste of time and even more waste of money. So I created SPACEPERIUM as a way for me to play a game and make money. Play a game here, and I'm exercising, and I'm getting fit, and I'm developing a game. I'm playing a game, and I'm creating income stream, and making money, and playing a game. See that? And that's why I made SPACEPERIUM. The one thing that SPACEPERIUM represents for you guys, outside of the money, because I know some of you out there are stoics. We're not interested in money. We just like a good game. Well, the good thing about SPACEPERIUM is it's up to you. You can make it the greatest game ever that you've ever played. Just come in and participate. Make it work for you. The main focus that you should have is becoming a game master. Just my little 2 cents worth. It's more than 2 cents. But the game master in the game is the one who's really central and key in terms of income creation. So if you're looking for something to spend your time with and help fashion, and gives you support for your bottom line financially, then becoming the game master is what you want to do. It's really what you want to do. Players do make income. Okay? They don't make as much as the game master does. And there's 3 levels of game mastership, by the way. You have the zonal commander. You have the citadel commander. He's a general. The zonal commandos are captains. Captain level. The generals are the citadel commanders. And the admiral level are the statal commanders. They have the statal ships, of course, and they represent the state for your geo-based. Remember, the game, everything is geo-based. Everything in the game is geo-based. So, yes, the answer to that question, do I have to live then or be recruited to the ship of my local residence? And the answer to that is yes, mainly. But remember that even doesn't mean you have to be in your zonal ship. You can be in the citadel ship and not the zonal ship. And vice versa. You can be in the zonal ship and not be in the citadel ship. So at least for most people, and you can be in the statal ship. Again, there's only 100 statewide. And that's really up to the statal admiral, the game master who takes the statal ship in their state, to determine, because he'll really want to assign who his statal crew is going to be, because the statal admiral who's really smart, he's going to want to get crew members from across a spectrum of members from across the state. And he's also going to want to have the ratio, more members in areas of heavier populations. Okay? And that's only to help the statal admiral organize the statal things, the things that pertain statewide, the statewide events, gatherings, meetups, stuff like that the statal admiral has to be responsible for. And the smartest thing for the admiral to do is to recruit his crew members from across the state and make sure that they are proportional to the in favor of the heavier population, because you're going to have more citadel ships, you're going to have more zonal ships in those areas. There's a lot of people to run and manage over, and you only have one or none or no crew member to assist you, and so it's not recommended. Plus, the admiral who takes the person who takes the admiral position there, game master, statal ship, has to basically travel across the state. Obviously, they're the ones making most money, easily 6 figures, easily 6 figures. If you're a statal commander, you're not making 6 figures, you're not doing anything. You really should be in the 6-figure range as an admiral. As long as you do what you're supposed to do, that's not an issue. Okay? So, and again, everything holds true. What I said before about the military branch with the crew members. And that's the other thing, that you don't want the Statel crew members to, so to speak, defect and become military division. That's another reason that the Admiralty, the Admiral of the Statel ship, should choose their Statel ship crew, because the Admiral will want them to stay put. They're the ones that need to stay put and toe the line and not shake the Admiral's ship too much by transfers into the military. Okay, so we'll be talking more about that later on. I think it's too much for the Admiral to recruit people in that'll want to do the military. So basically, that's the only difference in choosing to be the Admiral position in the state. Your ship really has to be more administrative, and your recruiting staff that are more administrative mostly, and who are going to stay put as game players on your ship and do the reverse. They will be the ones to actually recruit for the military division. All right, and there may be further developments in the future. It may become a thing for the Statel ship crew members, meaning that it may become an income source for them to recruit military division members. That may become a thing, but not right now. But it could become one, as a compensation, of course, for those who they can't join the military in that sense, and at least they can have a part in, they can become recruiters. Simply, that'll be their income stream. But everybody who plays SPACEPERIUM in these early stages, the 100 crew members, and then the military branch members, those two branches of game players are money earners. They are producing income. They will be creating income for themselves. And when I say income, I'm talking about income. We're talking about paying the rent here. Maintaining your family. So I'm talking about real income, not fake income, not fake money. Real. Okay? But again, because it's real, it's very limited. It's another reason for the limitation. Because we have to keep things real, make them viable, financially speaking. And so that means just a few people can participate, and we have it pretty much good for 100 in each location. Okay, there's a lot of other things. There's a lot of, in terms of money making and business things, there's a lot of other things involved in SPACEPERIUM, depending at what level you are engaging SPACEPERIUM. We have and will be making more and more videos explaining that, especially to the players once you get in. But it's simply, what I'm trying to transmit is that money will not be a problem when you're playing SPACEPERIUM. Okay, SPACEPERIUM doesn't exist to create fake coins and fake accumulations of doubloons. You make you filthy rich in a game, but you're poor as heck in real life. That's not what SPACEPERIUM is about. Not at these levels. So you can forget that. That's over with. I killed that monkey a long time ago for me. And you can do the same for yourself. All right, so that's the first thing I wanted to talk about as I continue my exercise routine here. I'm a little slow right here because, again, I'm trying to breathe and trying to talk. So, but that's okay. I'm killing two birds with one stone today, and it's an easier day that the AI has prepared for me, knowing that I was going to be straining myself and making videos. So instead of giving me that pounding Florida sun that it usually does, it has given me a overcast, slightly overcast. There's a section there that you can see the light and a lot of clouds in the sky. Either case, but we have some dark clouds over here. Very cool and refreshing breeze. You just gotta love this AI. Perfect. Just perfect. I'll be making a next video on another subject. Because of course I thought about it. Then I started talking about the weather. And it popped out of my head. So give me a moment and I'll make another one for you. Well, welcome all. We just went out onto the holodeck. As you can see, it's a day out. We got a nice little community that we come out into. And I took the kids with me, so they're out here with us. And it's like being back home, man. How can you be in space and live so long and you don't have the feelings of being home and, you know, being on Earth? And so we've fixed that issue at SPACEPERIUM by developing the holodeck so that we're always home. We just have to go to the holodeck and we feel the wind, breathe the air. You gotta get that earth air, you know. It smells like a little, like humidity. Some little hint of green grass. You know the smell. And then we have cars and things and moving cars as well here, and they pass by you and you smell even the emissions. You would sure think you're really actually on the earth again. It's amazing. So I'll be doing a series of videos. I walk faster than this, but since I'm holding the camera and thinking what we're going to talk about, so I'm going to do it slower today. I'll spend more time out than usual, but I'm not going to be pushing it like I do regularly, because I have to compete for breathing with the speaking. You see that? So that's what we're going to be doing. So I'll join you in a little bit when I get to where we're going. Take care. There's actually other people here too. You think they were real people. This is a spot that I like to come around and to walk around. It's almost like a center. I call it the center of my universe here. And it's just a nice circular thing here, circular feature. And I like to just walk around it. You see the way the holodeck depicts real life and nature. I mean, and right now you're feeling the breeze. I am, and it's just wonderful. There's even construction in the background there. You hear hammering. You may see some construction workers there. So it's totally lifelike. I mean, gee. You would never think you were actually on a holiday. There's no reason, right here, I'm on Earth. As far as anyone can say, and I can say, this is Earth. This is simply Earth, and I'm working on the Earth. That's it. There's no way to tell any difference here. None at all. These are the kids. There's a car coming down. Amazing. This is just the AI at work here. It's just amazing. An actual car coming down. Probably here. I've smelled the whatever, gas or oil, fume, whatever. Just simple, man. It's amazing stuff. All right. Let me get into a little walking here, and then I'll talk about a few SPACEPERIUM things. All right, we're talking about SPACEPERIUM here on the holodeck. I've talked about a few topics. Right now, I'm going to talk about the book. That's right. We talked about that. For those who are playing early in SPACEPERIUM, you guys are the movie stars. You guys going to be in TV shows and in our movies. But something else is going on as well. What I want to talk about is the books that we're already started to develop. Right now, for those of you who are book writers out there who like sci-fi, and you know, you want to get started on a project, maybe get your name in a book. At least you started, you did something. I have something perfect for you. And that is that we have started our first book. We have put it up on Substack, I think the name is. Substack.com. And then search for SPACEPERIUM there. And that first book is being community developed. It's an idea I had for a piece of software that I was developing. I say was, it's just I got so much things to do in SPACEPERIUM itself, so it's a lot of work. But I figured, listen, the main idea of that software was to make book writing easier. And one of the things that I had come up with was this concept of community authorship. A little bit like what editors do when books are edited from different sources. But I said, why after the fact, why not create a book in, live from different sources, contributing live, in live stream, if you will, contributing to the storyline and developing it. So that's the idea. Concept that I developed for one of my softwares is still in development, but I wanted to get it started already for SPACEPERIUM, and we have put it up on Substack. And if you're into writing, have you ever thought about it would be nice I could write a story, and you're interested in sci-fi, you can join that. It's a way for you to support the work because there's a fee, and I make you a partner in the book. And what does that mean? It means that once the book is finalized and it's published, it will only be sold through everyone who participated. So you guys are the bookstore, not even Amazon. People won't be able to find it on Amazon. They'll only be able to find it through you. Now, you can put it on Amazon if you like, but that's you, right? But we're not going to be marketing it. You guys are going to be marketing it and profiting from it. So that's one of the benefits, among others. So head on over to Substack.com and search for SPACEPERIUM. It's our first book project there. There'll be others, because remember, we're going to be making movies and whatnot, and the books are one part of that. And so head on over there, sign up for that, and contribute. You never know. There's an opportunity. Everyone who participates will get a mention in the book. Those who win because of your style, your ability to develop well, and your contributions are very heavily used in any segment, any chapter of the book, you will be invited to write a whole chapter yourself in the book. So, and again, the chapters will carry the author's name. You'll get also in the authors section of the book, those who contributed, larger, your name will be in large type. Also listed where you contributed throughout the book, and also the chapter that you wrote for this story, for this book. So, and you get some other perks as well, including participation in the playwright, I think it's called it, right? They call it like that? Well, you know, writing the manuscript also for the movies that will be coming up. So